It's over my head. I'm gonna fix that. Like this. Oh, that's because the camera's falling. I'm like, why did it cut off my head? Awesome. Well, guess we might as well get started here. We're just gonna be celebrating our boy Karl Marx today on his birthday by listening to and starting a series where we listen to leftist theory. And what better one to start with than like Capital, which is kind of Marxist critique of capital. Yeah, so I will put a link in the description to the original audiobook, but as you will hear them say, it's a totally public sort or public domain, so good to use this and listen to it. Yeah, let's get started.
Capital, Volume 1. This independent recording by Andrew S. Reitenberg is public domain, both in content and in audio.
I'll put a PDF link to the
Part 1.
text of the book, too,
Commodities and Money.
so people can find that.
Chapter 1. The Commodity. Section 1. The two factors of the commodity, use value and value, the substance of value and magnitude of value. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. The individual commodity appears as its elementary form. Our investigation, therefore, begins with the analysis of the commodity. The commodity is, first of all, an external object, a thing which, through its qualities, satisfies human needs of whatever kind. The nature of these needs, whether they arise, for example, from the stomach or the imagination, makes no difference. Nor does it matter here how the thing satisfies man's need, whether directly as a means of subsistence, i.e. an object of consumption, or indirectly as a means of production. Every useful thing, for example iron, paper, etc., may be looked at from the 2 points of view of quality and quantity. Every useful thing is a whole composed of many properties. It can therefore be useful in various ways. The discovery of these ways, and hence the manifold uses of things, is the work of history. So also is the invention of socially recognized standards of measurement for the quantities of these useful objects. The diversity of the measures for commodities arises in part from the diverse nature of the objects to be measured, and in part from convention. The usefulness of a thing makes it a use value, but this usefulness does not dangle in midair. It is conditioned by the physical properties of the commodity, and has no existence apart from the latter. It is therefore the physical body of the commodity itself, for instance iron, corn, a diamond, which is the use value or useful thing. This property of a commodity is independent of the amount of labor required to appropriate its useful qualities. When examining use values, we always assume we are dealing with definite quantities, such as dozens of watches, yards of linen, or tons of iron. The use values of commodities provide the material for a special branch of knowledge, namely the commercial knowledge of commodities. Use values are only realized in use or in consumption. They constitute the material content of wealth, whatever its social form may be. In the form of society to be considered here, they are also the material bearers of exchange value. Exchange value appears first of all as the quantitative relation, the proportion in which the use values of one kind exchange for use values of another kind. This relation changes constantly with time and place. Hence, exchange value appears to be something accidental and purely relative, and consequently, an intrinsic value, i.e. an exchange value that is inseparably connected with the commodity inherent in it, seems a contradiction in terms. Let us consider the matter more closely. A given commodity, a quarter of wheat for example, is exchanged for X boot polish, Y silk, or Z gold, etc. In short, it is exchanged for other commodities in the most diverse proportions. Therefore, the wheat has many exchange values instead of one. But X boot polish, Y silk, or Z gold, etc. each represent the exchange value of 1/4 of wheat. Therefore, X boot polish, Y silk, and Z gold must, as exchange values, be mutually replaceable or of identical magnitude. It follows from this that firstly, the valid exchange values of a particular commodity express something equal, and secondly, exchange value cannot be anything other than the mode of expression, the form of appearance, of a content distinguishable from it. Let us now take two commodities, for example, corn and iron. Whatever their exchange relation may be, it can always be represented by an equation in which a given quantity of corn is equated to some quantity of iron. For instance, 1/4 of corn is equal to X centium weights of iron. What does this equation signify? It signifies that a common element of identical magnitude exists in two different things, in 1/4 of corn and similarly in X centium weights of iron. Both are therefore equal to a third thing, which in itself is neither one nor the other. Each of them, so far as it is exchange value, must therefore be reducible to this third thing. A simple geometrical example will illustrate this. In order to determine and compare the areas of all rectilinear figures, we split them up into triangles. Then the triangle itself is reduced to an expression totally different from its visible shape, half the product of the base and the altitude. In the same way, the exchange values of commodities must be reduced to a common element, of which they represent a greater or lesser quantity. This common element cannot be a geometrical, physical, chemical, or other natural property of commodities. Such properties come into consideration only to the extent that they make the commodities useful, i.e. turn them into use values. But clearly, the exchange relation of commodities is characterized precisely by its abstraction from their use values. Within the exchange relation, one use value is worth just as much as another, provided only that it is present in the appropriate quantity. Or, as old Barbin says, quote, "One sort of wares are as good as another, if the value be equal." There is no difference or distinction in things of equal value. 100 pounds worth of lead or iron is of as great a value as 100 pounds worth of silver and gold. End quote. As use values, commodities differ above all in quality, while as exchange values they can only differ in quantity, and therefore do not contain an atom of use value. If then we disregard the use value of commodities, only one property remains, that of being products of labor. But even the product of labor has already been transformed in our hands. If we make abstraction from its use value, we abstract also from the material constituents and forms which make it a use value. It is no longer a table, a house, a piece of yarn, or any other useful thing. All its sensuous characteristics are extinguished. Nor is it any longer the product of the labor of the joiner, the mason, or the spinner, or of any other particular kind of productive labor. With the disappearance of the useful character of the products of labor, the useful character of the kinds of labor embodied in them also disappears. This in turn entails the disappearance of the different concrete forms of labor. They can no longer be distinguished, but are altogether reduced to the same kind of labor, human labor in the abstract. Let us now look at the residue of the products of labor. There is nothing left of them in each case but the same phantom-like objectivity. They are merely congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor, i.e. of human labor power expended without regard to the form of its expenditure. All these things now tell us is that human labor power has been expended to produce them. Human labor is accumulated in them. As crystals of this social substance, which is common to them all, they are values, commodity values. We have seen that when commodities are in the relation of exchange, their exchange value manifests itself as something totally independent of their use value. But if we abstract from their use value, there remains their value, as it has just been defined. The common factor in the exchange relation, or in the exchange value of the commodity, is therefore its value. The progress of the investigation will lead us back to the exchange value as the necessary mode of expression, or form of appearance, of value. For the present, however, we must consider the nature of value independently of its form of appearance. A use value, or useful article, therefore, has value only because abstract human labor is objectified or materialized in it. How then is the magnitude of this value to be measured? By means of the quantity of the value-forming substance, the labor, contained in the article. This quantity is measured by its duration, and the labor time is itself measured on the particular scale of hours, days, etc. It might seem that if the value of a commodity is determined by the quantity of labor expended to produce it, it would be the more valuable, the more unskillful and lazy the worker who produced it, because he would need more time to complete the article. However, the labor that forms the substance of value is equal human labor, the expenditure of identical human labor power. The total labor power of society, which is manifested in the values of the world of commodities, counts here as one homogeneous mass of human labor power, although composed of innumerable individual units of labor power. Each of these units is the same as any other to the extent that it has the character of a socially average unit of labor power, and acts as such, i.e. it only needs, in order to produce a commodity, the labor time which is necessary on an average, or in other words, is socially necessary. Socially necessary labor time is the labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society, and with the average degree of skill and intensity of labor prevalent in that society. The introduction of power looms into England, for example, probably reduced by 1/2 the labor required to convert a given quantity of yarn into woven fabric. In order to do this, the English hand loom weaver, in fact, needed the same amount of labor time as before, but the product of his individual hour of labor now only represented half an hour of social labor, and consequently fell to 1/2 its former value. What exclusively determines the magnitude of the value of any article is therefore the amount of labor socially necessary, or the labor time socially necessary for its production. The individual commodity counts here only as an average sample of its kind. Commodities which contain equal quantities of labor, or which can be produced in the same time, have therefore the same value. The value of a commodity is related to the value of any other commodity, as the labor time necessary for the production of the one is related to the labor time necessary for the production of the other. As exchange values, all commodities are merely definite quantities of congealed labor time. The value of a commodity would therefore remain constant if the labor time required for its production also remained constant, but the latter changes with every variation in the productivity of labor. This is determined by a wide range of circumstances. It is determined, amongst other things, by the worker's average degree of skill, the level of development of science and its technological application, the social organization of the process of production, the extent and effectiveness of the means of production, and the conditions found in the natural environment. For example, the same quantity of labor is present in 8 bushels of corn in favorable seasons and in only 4 bushels in unfavorable seasons. The same quantity of labor provides more metal in rich mines than in poor. Diamonds are a very rare occurrence on the Earth's surface, and hence their discovery costs, on an average, a great deal of labor time. Consequently, much labor is represented in a small volume. Jacob questions whether gold has ever been paid for at its full value. This applies still more to diamonds. According to Eschwege, the total produce of Brazilian diamond mines for the 80 years ending in 1823 still did not amount to the price of 1 1/2 years' average produce of the sugar and coffee plantations of the same country, although the diamonds represented much more labor, therefore more value. With richer mines, the same quantity of labor would be embodied in more diamonds, and their value would fall. If man succeeded without much labor in transforming carbon into diamonds, their value might fall below that of bricks. In general, the greater the productivity of labor, the less the labor time required to produce an article, the less the mass of labor crystallized in that article, and the less its value. Inversely, the less the productivity of labor, the greater the labor time necessary to produce an article, and the greater its value. The value of a commodity, therefore, varies directly as the quantity, and inversely as the productivity, of the labor which finds its realization within the commodity. Now we know the substance of value. It is labor. We know the measure of its magnitude. It is labor time. The form which stamps the value as exchange value remains to be analyzed. But before this, we need to develop the characteristics we have already found somewhat more fully. A thing can be a use value without being a value. This is the case whenever its utility to man is not mediated through labor. Air, virgin soil, natural meadows, unplanted forests, etc. fall into this category. A thing can be useful and a product of human labor without being a commodity. He who satisfies his own need with the product of his own labor admittedly creates use values but not commodities. In order to produce the latter, he must not only produce use values but use values for others, social use values. And not merely for others. The medieval peasant produced a corn rent for the feudal lord and a corn tithe for the priest. But neither the corn rent nor the corn tithe became commodities simply by being produced for others. In order to become a commodity, the product must be transferred to the other person for whom it serves as a use value through the medium of exchange. Finally, nothing can be of value without being an object of utility. If the thing is useless, so is the labor contained in it. The labor does not count as labor and therefore creates no value. Section 2. The dual character of the labor embodied in commodities. Initially, the commodity appeared to us as an object with a dual character, possessing both use value and exchange value. Later on, it was seen that labor too has a dual character. Insofar as it finds its expression in value, it no longer possesses the same characteristics as when it is the creator of use values. I was the first to point out and examine critically this twofold nature of the labor contained in commodities. As this point is crucial to an understanding of political economy, it requires further elucidation. Let us take two commodities, such as a coat and 10 yards of linen, and let the value of the first be twice the value of the second, so that if 10 yards of linen is equal to W, the coat is equal to 2W. The coat is a use value that satisfies a particular need. A specific kind of productive activity is required to bring it into existence. This activity is determined by its aim, mode of operation, object, means, and result. We use the abbreviated expression, useful labor, for labor whose utility is represented by the use value of its product, or by the fact that its product is a use value. In this connection, we consider only its useful effect. As the coat and the linen are qualitatively different use values, so also are the forms of labor through which their existence is mediated, tailoring and weaving. If the use values were not qualitatively different, hence not the products of qualitatively different forms of useful labor, they would be absolutely incapable of confronting each other as commodities. Coats cannot be exchanged for coats. One use value cannot be exchanged for another of the same kind. The totality of heterogeneous use values, or physical commodities, reflects a totality of similarly heterogeneous forms of useful labor, which differ in order, genus, species, and variety. In short, a social division of labor. This division of labor is a necessary condition for commodity production, although the converse does not hold. Commodity production is not a necessary condition for the social division of labor. Labor is socially divided in the primitive Indian community, although the products do not thereby become commodities. Or, to take an example nearer home, labor is systematically divided in every factory, but the workers do not bring about this division by exchanging their individual products. Only the products of mutually independent acts of labor performed in isolation can confront each other as commodities. To sum up then, the use value of every commodity contains useful labor, i.e. productive activity of a definite kind carried on with a definite aim. Use values cannot confront each other as commodities unless the useful labor contained in them is qualitatively different in each case. In a society whose products generally assume the form of commodities, i.e. in a society of commodity producers, this qualitative difference between the useful forms of labor which are carried on independently and privately by individual producers develops into a complex system, a social division of labor. It is moreover a matter of indifference whether the coat is worn by the tailor or by his customer. In both cases, it acts as a use value. So too the relation between the coat and the labor that produced it is not in itself altered when tailoring becomes a special trade, an independent branch of the social division of labor. Men made clothes for thousands of years under the compulsion of the need for clothing, without a single man ever becoming a tailor. But the existence of coats, of linen, of every element of material wealth not provided in advance by nature had always to be mediated through a specific productive activity, appropriate to its purpose, a productive activity that assimilated particular natural materials to particular human requirements. Labor, then, as the creator of use values, as useful labor, is a condition of human existence which is independent of all forms of society. It is an eternal natural necessity which mediates the metabolism between man and nature, and therefore human life itself. Use values like coats, linen, etc., in short, the physical bodies of commodities, are combinations of two elements, the material provided by nature and labor. If we subtract the total amount of useful labor of different kinds which is contained in the coat, the linen, etc., a material substratum is always left. This substratum is furnished by nature without human intervention. When man engages in production, he can only proceed as nature does herself, i.e., he can only change the form of the materials. Furthermore, even in this work of modification, he is constantly helped by natural forces. Labor is therefore not the only source of material wealth, i.e., of the use values it produces. As William Petty says, labor is the father of material wealth, and the earth is its mother. Let us now pass from the commodity as an object of utility to the value of commodities. We have assumed that the coat is worth twice as much as the linen, but this is merely a quantitative difference and does not concern us at the moment. We shall therefore simply bear in mind that if the value of a coat is twice that of 10 yards of linen, 20 yards of linen will have the same value as a coat. As values, the coat and the linen have the same substance. They are the objective expressions of homogeneous labor. But tailoring and weaving are qualitatively different forms of labor. There are, however, states of society in which the same man alternately makes clothes and weaves. In this case, these two modes of labor are only modifications of the labor of the same individual, and not yet fixed functions peculiar to different individuals, just as the coat our tailor makes today and the pair of trousers he makes tomorrow require him only to vary his own individual labor. Moreover, we can see at a glance that in our capitalist society, a given portion of labor is supplied alternately in the form of tailoring and in the form of weaving, in accordance with the changes in the direction of the demand for labor. This change in the form of labor may well not take place without friction, but it must take place. If we leave aside the determinate quality of productive activity, and therefore the useful character of the labor, what remains is its quality of being an expenditure of human labor power. Tailoring and weaving, although they are qualitatively different productive activities, are both a productive expenditure of human brains, muscles, nerves, hands, etc., and in this sense, both human labor. They are merely two different forms of the expenditure of human labor power. Of course, human labor power must itself have attained a certain level of development before it can be expended in this or that form. But the value of a commodity represents human labor pure and simple, the expenditure of human labor in general. And just as in civil society, a general or a banker plays a great part, but man as such plays a very mean part, so here too the same is true of human labor. It is the expenditure of simple labor power, i.e. of the labor power possessed in his bodily organism by every ordinary man, on the average, without being developed in any special way. Simple, average labor, it is true, varies in character in different countries and at different cultural epochs, but in a particular society, it is a given. More complex labor counts only as intensified, or rather multiplied, simple labor, so that a smaller quantity of complex labor is considered equal to a larger quantity of simple labor. Experience shows that this reduction is constantly being made. A commodity may be the outcome of the most complicated labor, but through its value, it is posited as equal to the product of simple labor. Hence, it represents only a specific quantity of simple labor. The various proportions in which different kinds of labor are reduced to simple labor, as their unit of measurement, are established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers. These proportions therefore appear to the producers to have been handed down by tradition. In the interest of simplification, we shall henceforth view every form of labor power directly as simple labor power. By this, we shall simply be saving ourselves the trouble of making the reduction. Just as in viewing the coat and the linen as values, we abstract from their different use values, so in the case of labor represented by those values, do we disregard the difference between its useful forms, tailoring and weaving. The use values, coat and linen, are combinations of, on the one hand, productive activity with a definite purpose, and on the other, cloth and yarn. The values, coat and linen, however, are merely congealed quantities of homogeneous labor. In the same way, the labor contained in these values does not count by virtue of its productive relation to cloth and yarn, but only as being an expenditure of human labor power. Tailoring and weaving are the formative elements in the use values, coat and linen, precisely because these two kinds of labor are of different qualities, but only insofar as abstraction is made from their particular qualities, only insofar as both possess the same quality of being human labor, do tailoring and weaving form the substance of the values of the two articles mentioned. Coats and linen, however, are not merely values in general, but values of definite magnitude, and, following our assumption, the coat is worth twice as much as the 10 yards of linen. Why is there this difference in value? Because the linen only contains half as much labor as the coat, so that labor power had to be expended twice as long to produce the second as to produce the first. While, therefore, with reference commodity counts only qualitatively. With reference to value, it counts only quantitatively, once it has been reduced to human labor, pure and simple. In the former case, it was a matter of the how and the what of labor, in the latter of the how much of the temporal duration of labor. Since the magnitude of the value of a commodity represents nothing but the quantity of labor embodied in it, it follows that all commodities, when taken in certain proportions, must be equal in value. If the productivity of all different sorts of useful labor required, let's say for the production of a coat, remains unchanged, the total value of the coats produced will increase along with their quantity. If one coat represents X days labor, 2 coats will represent 2X days labor, and so on. But now assume that the duration of the labor necessary for the production of a coat is doubled or halved. In the first case, 1 coat is worth as much as 2 coats were before. In the second case, 2 coats are only worth as much as 1 was before, although in both cases, 1 coat performs the same service, and the useful labor contained in it remains of the same quality. One change has taken place, however, a change in the quantity of labor expended to produce the article. In itself, an increase in the quantity of use values constitutes an increase in material wealth. 2 coats will clothe 2 men, 1 coat will only clothe 1 man, etc. Nevertheless, an increase in the amount of material wealth may correspond to a simultaneous fall in the magnitude of its value. This contradictory movement arises out of the twofold character of labor. By productivity, of course, we always mean the productivity of concrete, useful labor. In reality, this determines only the degree of effectiveness of productive activity directed towards a given purpose within a given period of time. Useful labor becomes, therefore, a more or less abundant source of products in direct proportion as its productivity rises or falls. As against this, however, variations in productivity have no impact whatever on the labor itself represented in value. As productivity is an attribute of labor in its concrete, useful form, it naturally ceases to have any bearing on that labor as soon as we abstract from its concrete, useful form. The same labor, therefore, performed for the same length of time, always yields the same amount of value, independently of any variations in productivity. But it provides different quantities of use values during equal periods of time. More if productivity rises, fewer if it falls. For this reason, the same change in productivity which increases the fruitfulness of labor, and therefore the amount of use values produced by it, also brings about a reduction in the value of this increased total amount, if it cuts down the total amount of labor time necessary to produce the use values. The converse also holds. On the one hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power, in the physiological sense, and it is in this quality of being equal or abstract human labor that it forms the value of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in a particular form with a definite aim, and it is in this quality of being concrete, useful labor that it produces use values. Section 3. The value form, or exchange value. Commodities come into the world in the form of use values or material goods, such as iron, linen, corn, etc. This is their plain, homely, natural form. However, they are only commodities because they have a dual nature, because they are at the same time objects of utility and bearers of value. Therefore, they only appear as commodities, or have the form of commodities insofar as they possess a double form, i.e. natural form and value form. The objectivity of commodities as values differs from Dame Quickly in the sense that a man knows not where to have it. Not an atom of matter enters into the objectivity of commodities as values. In this, it is the direct opposite of the coarsely sensuous objectivity of commodities as physical objects. We may twist and turn a single commodity as we wish. It remains impossible to grasp it as a thing possessing value. However, let us remember that commodities possess an objective character as values only insofar as they are all expressions of an identical social substance, human labor, that their objective character as values is therefore purely social. From this, it follows self-evidently that it can only appear in the social relation between commodity and commodity. In fact, we started from exchange value, or the exchange relation of commodities, in order to track down the value that lay hidden within it. We must now return to this form of appearance of value. Everyone knows, if nothing else, that commodities have a common value form which contrasts in the most striking manner with the motley natural forms of their use values. I refer to the money form. Now, however, we have to perform a task never even attempted by bourgeois economics. That is, we have to show the origin of this money form. We have to trace the development of the expression of value contained in the value relation of commodities from its simplest, almost imperceptible outline to the dazzling money form. When this has been done, the mystery of money will immediately disappear. The simplest value relation is evidently that of one commodity to another commodity of a different kind. It does not matter which one. Hence, the relation between the values of two commodities supplies us with the simplest expression of the value of a single commodity. Subsection A. The simple, isolated, or accidental form of value. X commodity A equals Y commodity B, or X commodity A is worth Y commodity B. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat. 1. The two poles of the expression of value, the relative form of value and the equivalent form. The whole mystery of the form of value lies hidden in this simple form. Our real difficulty, therefore, is to analyze it. Here, two different kinds of commodities, in our example, the linen and the coat, evidently play two different parts. The linen expresses its value in the coat, and the coat serves as the material in which that value is expressed. The first commodity plays an active role, the second a passive one. The value of the first commodity is represented as relative value. In other words, the commodity is in relative form of value. The second commodity fulfills the function of equivalent. In other words, it is in the equivalent form. The relative form of value and the equivalent form are two inseparable moments which belong to and mutually condition each other. But at the same time, they are mutually exclusive or opposed extremes, i.e. poles of the expression of value. They are always divided up between the different commodities brought into relation with each other by that expression. I cannot, for example, express the value of linen in linen. 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen is not an expression of value. The equation states rather the contrary. 20 yards of linen are nothing but 20 yards of linen, a definite quantity of linen considered as an object of utility. The value of the linen can therefore only be expressed relatively, i.e. in another commodity. The relative form of the value of the linen therefore presupposes that some other commodity confronts it in the equivalent form. On the other hand, this other commodity, which figures as the equivalent, cannot simultaneously be in the relative form of value. It is not the latter commodity whose value is being expressed. It only provides the material in which the value of the first commodity is expressed. Of course, the expression 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat, also includes its converse. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen. But in this case, I must reverse the equation in order to express the value of the coat relatively. And if I do that, the linen becomes the equivalent instead of the coat. The same commodity cannot, therefore, simultaneously appear in both forms in the same state of expression of value. These forms rather exclude each other as polar opposites. Whether a commodity is in the relative form or in its opposite, the equivalent form, entirely depends on its actual position in the expression of value. That is, it depends on whether it is the commodity whose value is being expressed or the commodity in which value is being expressed. 2. The relative form of value. The content of the relative form of value. In order to find out how the simple expression of the value of a commodity lies hidden in the value relation between two commodities, we must first of all consider the value relation quite independently of its quantitative aspect. The usual mode of procedure is the precise opposite of this. Nothing is seen in the value relation but the proportion in which definite quantities of two sorts of commodity count as equal to each other. It is overlooked that the magnitudes of different things only become comparable in quantitative terms when they have been reduced to the same unit. Only as expressions of the same unit do they have a common denominator, and are therefore commensurable magnitudes. Whether 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or equals 20 coats, or equals X coats, i.e. whether a given quantity of linen is worth few or many coats, it is always implied, whatever the proportion, that the linen and the coat, as magnitudes of value, are expressions of the same unit, things of the same nature. Linen equals coat is the basis of the equation. But these two qualitatively equated commodities do not play the same part. It is only the value of the linen that is expressed. And how? By being related to the coat as its equivalent, or the thing exchangeable with it. In this relation, the coat counts as the form of existence of value, as the material embodiment of value, for only as such is it the same as the linen. On the other hand, the linen's own existence as value comes into view or receives an independent expression, for it is only as value that it can be related to the coat as being equal in value to it, or exchangeable with it. In the the same way, butyric acid is a different substance from propylformate, yet both are made up of the same chemical substances, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Moreover, these substances are combined together in the same proportions in each case, namely C4H8O2. If now butyric acid were to be equated with propylformate, then in the first place, propylformate would count in this relation only as a form of existence of C4H8O2. And in the second place, it would thereby be asserted that butyric acid also consists of C4H8O2. Thus, by equating propylformate with butyric acid, one would be expressing their chemical composition as opposed to their physical formation. If we say that as values, commodities are simply congealed quantities of human labor, our analysis reduces them, it is true, to the level of abstract value, but does not give them a form of value distinct from their natural forms. It is otherwise in the value relation of one commodity to another. The first commodity's value character emerges here through its own relation to the second commodity. By equating, for example, the coat as a thing of value to the linen, we equate the labor embedded in the coat with the labor embedded in the linen. Now, it is true that the tailoring which makes the coat is concrete labor of a different sort from the weaving which makes the linen, but the act of equating tailoring with weaving reduces the former, in fact, to what is really equal in the two kinds of labor, to the characteristic they have in common of being human labor. This is a roundabout way of saying that weaving, too, insofar as it weaves value, has nothing to distinguish it from tailoring and consequently is abstract human labor. It is only the expression of equivalence between different sorts of commodities which brings to view the specific character of value-creating labor, by actually reducing the different kinds of labor embedded in the different kinds of commodity to their common quality of being human labor in general. However, it is not enough to express the specific character of the labor which goes to make up the value of the linen. Human labor power in its fluid state, or human labor, creates value, but is not itself value. It becomes value in its coagulated state, in its objective form. The value of the linen as a congealed mass of human labor can be expressed only as an objectivity, a thing which is materially different from the linen itself and yet common to the linen and all other commodities. The problem is already solved. When it is in the value relation with the linen, the coat counts qualitatively as the equal of the linen. It counts as a thing of the same nature because it is a value. Here, it is therefore a thing in which value is manifested, or which represents value in its tangible natural form. Yet the coat itself, the physical aspect of the coat commodity, is purely a use value. The coat as such no more expresses value than does the first piece of linen we come across. This proves only that within its value relation to the linen, the coat signifies more than it does outside it, just as some men count for more when inside a gold-braided uniform than they do otherwise. In the production of the coat, human labor power, in the shape of tailoring, has in actual fact been expended. Human labor has therefore been accumulated in the coat. From this point of view, the coat is a bearer of value, although this property never shows through even when the coat is at its most threadbare. In its value relation with the linen, the coat counts only under this aspect, counts therefore as embodied value, as the body of value. Despite its buttoned-up appearance, the linen recognizes in it a splendid kindred soul, the soul of value. Nevertheless, the coat cannot represent value towards the linen unless value, for the latter, simultaneously assumes the form of a coat. An individual, A, for instance, cannot be Your Majesty to another individual B unless Majesty in B's eyes assumes the physical shape of A, and moreover changes facial features, hair, and many other things with every new father of his people. Hence, in the value relation in which the coat is the equivalent of the linen, the form of the coat counts as the form of value. The value of the commodity linen is therefore expressed by the physical body of the commodity coat, the value of one by the use value of the other. As a use value, the linen is something palpably different from the coat. As value, it is identical with the coat, and therefore looks like the coat. Thus the linen acquires a value form different from its natural form. Its existence as value is manifested in its equality with the coat, just as the sheep-like nature of the Christian is shown in his resemblance to the Lamb of God. We see that everything in our analysis of the value of commodities previously told us is repeated by the linen itself, as soon as it enters into association with another commodity, the coat. Only it reveals its thoughts in a language with which it alone is familiar, the language of commodities. In order to tell us that the labor creates its own value in its of the same labor as it does itself. In order to inform us that its sublime objectivity as a value differs from its stiff and starchy existence as a body, it says that value has the appearance of a coat, and therefore that insofar as the linen itself is an object of value, it and the coat are as like as two peas. Let us note, incidentally, that the language of commodities also has, apart from Hebrew, plenty of other more or less correct dialects. The German word Wertsein, to be worth, for instance, brings out less strikingly than the Romance verb valere, valoir, that the equating of commodity B with commodity A is the expression of value proper to commodity A. Paris va bien en messe. By means of the value relation, therefore, the natural form of commodity B becomes the value form of commodity A. In other words, the physical body of commodity B becomes a mirror for the value of commodity A. Commodity A, then, in entering into a relation with commodity B as an object of value, as a materialization of human labor, makes the use value B into the material through which its own value is expressed. The value of commodity A, thus expressed in the use value of commodity B, has the form of relative value. The quantitative determinacy of the relative form of value. Every commodity whose use value is to be expressed is a useful object of a given quantity, for instance 15 bushels of corn or 100 pounds of coffee. A given quantity of any commodity contains a definite quantity of human labor. Therefore, the form of value must not only express value in general, but also quantitatively determined value, i.e. the magnitude of value. In the value relation of commodity A to commodity B, of the linen to the coat, therefore, not only is the commodity type coat equated with the linen in qualitative terms as an object of value as such, but also a definite quantity of the object of value or equivalent, one coat for example, is equated with a definite quantity of linen, such as 20 yards. The equation 20 yards of linen equals one coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth one coat, presupposes the presence in one coat of exactly as much of the substance of value as there is in 20 yards of linen, implies therefore that the quantities in which the two commodities are present have cost the same amount of labor for the same quantity of labor time. But the labor time necessary for the production of 20 yards of linen, or one coat, varies with every change in the productivity of the weaver or the tailor. The influence of such changes on the relative expression of the magnitude of value must now be investigated more closely. Case 1. Let the value of the linen change, while the value of the coat remains constant. If the labor time necessary for the production of linen be doubled, as a result of the increasing infertility of flax-growing soil, for instance, its value will also be doubled. Instead of the equation 20 yards of linen equals one coat, we should have 20 yards of linen equals two coats, since one coat would now contain only half as much labor time as 20 yards of linen. If, on the other hand, the necessary labor time be reduced by 1/2, as a result of improved looms, for instance, the value of the linen will fall by 1/2. In accordance with this, the equation will now read 20 yards of linen equals 1/2 coat. The relative value of commodity A, i.e. its value expressed in commodity B, rises and falls in direct relation to the value of A, if the value of B remains constant. Case 2. Let the value of the linen remain constant while the value of the coat changes. If under these circumstances the labor time necessary for the production of a coat is doubled, as a result, for instance, of a poor crop of wool, we should have, instead of 20 yards of linen equals one coat, 20 yards of linen equals 1/2 coat. If, on the other hand, the value of the coat sinks by 1/2, then 20 yards of linen equals two coats. Hence, if the value of commodity A remains constant, its relative value, as expressed in commodity B, rises and falls in inverse relation to the change in the value of B. If we compare the different cases examined under the headings of Case 1 and 2, it emerges that the same change in the magnitude of relative value may arise from entirely opposed causes. Thus, the equation 20 yards of linen equals one coat becomes 20 yards of linen equals two coats, either because the value of the linen has doubled, or because the value of the coat has fallen by 1/2. And it becomes 20 yards of linen equals 1/2 coat, either because the value of the linen has fallen by 1/2, or because the value of the coat has doubled. Case 3. Let the quantities of labor necessary for the production of the linen and the coat vary simultaneously in the same direction and the same proportion. In this case, 20 yards of linen equals one coat, as before, whatever change may have taken place in their respective values. Their change of value is revealed only when they are compared with a third commodity, whose value has remained constant. If the values of all commodities rose or fell simultaneously, and in the same proportion, their relative values would remain unaltered. The change in their real values would be manifested by an increase or decrease in the quantity of commodities produced within the same labor time. Case 4. The labor time necessary for the production respectively of the linen and the coat, and hence their values, may vary simultaneously in the same direction but to an unequal degree, or in opposite directions, and so on. The influence of all possible combinations of this kind on the relative value of a commodity can be worked out simply by applying cases 1, 2, and 3. Thus, real changes in the magnitude of value are neither unequivocally nor exhaustively reflected in their relative expression, or in other words, in the magnitude of the relative value. The relative value of a commodity may vary, although its value remains constant. Its relative value may remain constant, although its value varies. And finally, simultaneous variations in the magnitude of its value and in the relative expression of that magnitude do not by any means have to correspond at all points. The equivalent form. We have seen that a commodity A, the linen, by expressing its value in the use value of a commodity B of a different kind, the coat, impresses upon the latter a form of value peculiar to it, namely that of the equivalent. The commodity linen brings to view its own existence as a value through the fact that the coat can be equated with the linen, although it is not assumed to form a value distinct from its own physical form. The coat is directly exchangeable with the linen. In this way, the linen in fact expresses its own existence as a value. The equivalent form of a commodity, accordingly, is the form in which it is directly exchangeable with other commodities. If one kind of commodity, such as a coat, serves as the equivalent of another, such as linen, and coats therefore acquire the characteristic property of being in a form in which they can be directly exchanged with linen, this still by no means provides us with a proportion in which the two are exchangeable. Since the magnitude of the value of the linen is a given quantity, this proportion depends on the magnitude of the coat's value. Whether the coat is expressed as the equivalent and the linen as relative, or inversely, the linen is expressed as equivalent and the coat as relative value, the magnitude of the coat's value is determined, as ever, by the labor time necessary for its production, independently of its value form. But as soon as the coat takes up the position of the equivalent in a value expression, the magnitude of its value ceases to be expressed quantitatively. On the contrary, the coat now figures in the value equation merely as a definite quantity of some article. For instance, 40 yards of linen are worth, what? 2 coats. Because the commodity coat here plays the part of equivalent, because the use value coat counts as the embodiment of value vis-a-vis the linen, a definite number of coats is sufficient to express a definite quantity of value in the linen. 2 coats can therefore express the magnitude of value of 40 yards of linen, but they can never express the magnitude of their own value. Because they had a superficial conception of this fact, i.e. because they considered that in the equation of value, the equivalent always has the form of a simple quantity of some article, of a use value, Bailey and many of his predecessors and followers were misled into seeing the expression of value as merely a quantitative relation, whereas in fact, the equivalent form of a commodity contains no quantitative determinant of value. The first peculiarity which strikes us when we reflect on the equivalent form is this: that use value becomes the form of appearance of its opposite, value. The natural form of the commodity becomes its value form, but note well, this substitution only occurs in the case of a commodity B, coat or maize or iron, etc., when some other commodity A, linen for example, enters into a value relation with it, and then only within the limits of this relation. Since a commodity cannot be related to itself as equivalent, and therefore cannot make its own physical shape into the expression of its own value, it must be related to another commodity as equivalent, and therefore must make the physical shape of another commodity into its own value form. Let us make this clear with the example of a measure which is applied to commodities as material objects, i.e. as use values. A sugar loaf, because it is a body, is heavy and therefore possesses weight, but we can neither take a look at this weight nor touch it. We then take various pieces of iron whose weight has been determined beforehand. The bodily form of the iron, considered for itself, is no more the form of appearance of weight than is the sugar loaf. Nevertheless, in order to express the sugar loaf as a weight, we put it into a relation of weight with the iron. In this relation, the iron counts as a body representing nothing but weight. Quantities of iron therefore serve to measure the weight of the sugar and represent in relation to the sugar loaf weight in its pure form, the form of manifestation of weight. This part is played by the iron only within this relation, i.e. within within the relation into which the sugar, or any other body whose weight is to be found, enters with the iron. If both objects lacked weight, they could not enter into this relation, hence the one could not serve to express the weight of the other. When we throw both of them into the scales, we see in reality that considered as weight, they are the same, and therefore that taken in the appropriate proportions, they have the same weight. Just as the body of the iron, as a measure of weight, represents weight alone in relation to the sugar loaf, so in our expression of value, the body of the coat represents value alone. Here, however, the analogy ceases. In the expression of the weight of the sugar loaf, the iron represents a natural property common to both bodies, their weight. But in the expression of value of the linen, the coat represents a supernatural property, their value, which is something purely social. The relative value form of a commodity, the linen for example, expresses its value existence as something wholly different from its substance and properties, as the quality of being comparable with the coat, for example. This expression itself therefore indicates that it conceals a social relation. With the equivalent form, the reverse is true. The equivalent form consists precisely in this, that the material commodity itself, the coat for instance, expresses value just as it is in its everyday life, and is therefore endowed with a form of value by nature itself. Admittedly, this holds good only within the value relation, in which the commodity linen is related to the commodity coat as its equivalent. However, the properties of a thing do not arise from its relations to other things. They are, on the contrary, merely activated by such relations. The coat, therefore, seems to be endowed with its equivalent form, its property of direct exchangeability by nature, just as much as its property of being heavy or its ability to keep us warm. Hence the mysteriousness of the equivalent form, which only impinges on the crude bourgeois vision of the political economist when it confronts him in its fully developed shape, that of money. He then seeks to explain away the mystical character of gold and silver by substituting for them less dazzling commodities, and with ever-renewed satisfaction, reeling off a catalogue of all the inferior commodities which have played the role of equivalent at one time or another. He does not suspect that even the simplest expression of value, such as 20 yards of linen equals one coat, already presents the riddle of the equivalent form for us to solve. The body of the commodity, which serves as the equivalent, always figures as the embodiment of abstract human labor, and is always the product of some specific useful and concrete labor. This concrete labor therefore becomes the expression of abstract human labor. If the coat is merely abstract human labor's realization, the tailoring actually realized in it is merely abstract human labor's form of realization. In the expression of value of the linen, the usefulness of tailoring consists not in making clothes, and thus also people, but in making a physical object which we at once recognize as value, as a congealed quantity of labor therefore, which is absolutely indistinguishable from the labor objectified in the value of the linen. In order to act as such a mirror of value, tailoring itself must reflect nothing apart from its own abstract quality of being human labor. Human labor power is expended in the form of tailoring as well as in the form of weaving. Both, therefore, possess the general property of being human labor, and they therefore have to be considered in certain cases, such as the production of value, solely from this point of view. There is nothing mysterious in this, but in the value expression of the commodity, the question is stood on its head. In order to express the fact that, for instance, weaving creates the value of linen through its general property of being human labor, rather than its concrete form as weaving, we contrast it with the concrete labor which produces the equivalent of the linen, namely tailoring. Tailoring is now seen as the tangible form of realization of abstract human labor. The equivalent form therefore possesses a second peculiarity. In it, concrete labor becomes the form of manifestation of its opposite, abstract human labor. But because this concrete labor, tailoring, counts exclusively as the expression of undifferentiated human labor, it possesses the characteristic of being identical with other kinds of labor, such as the labor embodied in the linen. Consequently, although, like all other commodity-producing labor, it is the labor of private individuals, it is nevertheless labor in its directly social form. It is precisely for this reason that it presents itself to us in the shape of a product which is directly exchangeable with other commodities. Thus, the equivalent form has a third peculiarity. Private labor takes the form of its opposite, namely labor in its directly social form. The two peculiarities of the equivalent form we have just developed will become still clearer if we go back to the great investigator who was the first to analyze the value form, like so many other forms of thought, society, and nature. I mean Aristotle. In the first place, he states quite clearly that the money form of the commodity is only a more developed aspect of the simple form of value, i.e. of the expression of the value of a commodity in some other commodity chosen at random. For he says 5 beds equals 1 house is indistinguishable from 5 beds equals a certain amount of money. He further sees that the value relation which provides the framework for this expression of value itself requires that the house should be qualitatively equated with the bed, and that these things, being distinct to the senses, could not be compared with each other as commensurable magnitudes if they lacked this essential identity. There can be no exchange, he says, without equality, and no equality without commensurability. Here, however, he falters, and abandons the further analysis of the form of value. Quote, "It is, however, in reality, impossible that such unlike things can be commensurable," end quote, i.e. qualitatively equal. The form of equation can only be something foreign to the true nature of the things. It is therefore only a makeshift for practical purposes. Aristotle, therefore, himself tells us what prevented any further analysis: the lack of a concept of value. What is the homogeneous element, i.e. the common substance, which the house represents from the point of view of the bed, in the value expression for the bed? Such a thing, in truth, cannot exist, says Aristotle. But why not? Towards the bed, the house represents something equal, insofar as it represents what is really equal both in the bed and in the house, and that is human labor. However, Aristotle was himself unable to extract this fact that in the form of commodity values, all labor is expressed as equal human labor, and therefore as labor of equal quality, by inspection of the form of value, because Greek society was founded on the labor of slaves, hence had as its natural basis the inequality of men and of their labor powers. The secret of the expression of value, namely the equality and equivalence of all kinds of labor, because and insofar as they are human labor in general, could not be deciphered until the concept of human equality had already acquired the permanence of a fixed popular opinion. This, however, becomes possible only in a society where the commodity form is the universal form of the product of labor. Hence, the dominant social relation is the relation between men as possessors of commodities. Aristotle's genius is displayed precisely by his discovery of a relation of equality in the value expression of commodities. Only the historical limitation inherent in the society in which he lived prevented him from finding out what in reality this relation of equality consisted of. The simplest form of value, considered as a whole. A commodity's simple form of value is contained in its value relation with another commodity of a different kind, i.e. in its exchange relation with the latter. The value of commodity A is qualitatively expressed by the direct exchangeability of commodity B with commodity A. It is quantitatively expressed by the exchangeability of a specific quantity of commodity B with a given quantity of commodity A. In other words, the value of a commodity is independently expressed through its presentation as exchange value. When at the beginning of this chapter we said in the customary manner that a commodity is both a use value and an exchange value, this was, strictly speaking, wrong. A commodity is a use value or object of utility and a value. It appears as a twofold thing it really is as soon as its value possesses its own particular form of manifestation, which is distinct from its natural form. This form of manifestation is exchange value, and the commodity never has this form when looked at in isolation, but only when it is in a value relation or an exchange relation with a second commodity of a different kind. Once we know this, our manner of speaking does no harm. It serves rather as an abbreviation. Our analysis has shown that the form of value, that is, the expression of the value of a commodity, arises from the nature of commodity value, as opposed to value and its magnitude arising from their mode of expression as exchange value. This second view is the delusion both of the mercantilists, and people like Fillier, Ganil, etc., who have made a modern rehash of mercantilism, and their antipodes, the modern bagmen of free trade, such as Bastiat and his associates. The mercantilists place their main emphasis on the qualitative side of the expression of value, hence on the equivalent form of the commodity, which in its finished form is money. The modern peddlers of free trade, on the other hand, who must get rid of their commodities at any price, stress the quantitative side of the relative form of value. For them, accordingly, there exists neither value nor magnitude of value anywhere except in its expression by means of the exchange relation, that is, in the daily list of prices current on the stock exchange. The Scotsman MacLeod, whose function it is to trick out the confused idea of Lombard Street and the most learned finery, is a successful cross between the superstitious mercantilists and the enlightened peddlers of free trade. A close scrutiny of the expression of the value of commodity A, contained in the value relation of A to B, has shown that within that relation, the natural form of commodity A figures only as the aspect of use value, while the natural form of B figures only as the form of value, or aspect of value. The internal opposition between use value and value hidden within the commodity, is therefore represented on the surface by an external opposition, i.e. by a relation between two commodities such that one commodity, whose own value is supposed to be expressed, counts directly only as a use value, whereas the other commodity, in which that value is to be expressed, counts directly only as exchange value. Hence appearance of the opposition between use value and value, which is contained within the commodity. The product of labor is an object of utility in all states of society, but it is only a historically specific epoch of development which presents the labor expended in the production of a useful article as an objective property of that article, i.e. as its value. It is only then that the product of labor becomes transformed into a commodity. It therefore follows that the simple form of value of the commodity is at the same time the simple form of value of the product of labor, and also that the development of the commodity form coincides with the development of the value form. We perceive straight away the insufficiency of the simple form of value. It is an embryonic form which must undergo a series of metamorphoses before it can ripen into the price form. The expression of the value of commodity A in terms of any other commodity B merely distinguishes the value of A from its use value, and therefore merely places A in an exchange relation with any particular single different kind of commodity, instead of representing A's qualitative equality with all other commodities and its quantitative proportionality to them. To the simple relative form of a value of a commodity, there corresponds the single equivalent form of another commodity. Thus, in the relative expression of the value of the linen, the coat only possesses the form of equivalent, the form of direct exchangeability, in relation to this one individual commodity, the linen. Nevertheless, the simple form of value automatically passes over into a more complete form. Admittedly, this simple form only expresses the value of a commodity A in one commodity of another kind. But what this second commodity is, whether it is a coat, iron, corn, etc., is a matter of complete indifference. Therefore, different simple expressions of the value of one and the same commodity arise, according to whether that commodity enters into a value relation with this second commodity or another kind of commodity. The number of such possible expressions is limited only by the number of the different kinds of commodities distinct from it. The isolated expression of A's value is thus transformed into the indefinitely expandable series of different simple expressions of that value. Subsection B, the total or expanded form of value. Z commodity A equals U commodity B, or equals V commodity C, or equals W commodity D, or equals X commodity E, or etc. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 10 pounds of tea, or 40 pounds of coffee, or 1/4 of corn, or 2 ounces of gold, or 1/2 ton of iron, or etc. 1. The expanded relative form of value. The value of a commodity, the linen for example, is now expressed in terms of innumerable other members of the world of commodities. Every other physical commodity now becomes a mirror of the linen's value. It is thus that this value first shows itself as being, in reality, a congealed quantity of undifferentiated human labor. For the labor which creates it is now explicitly presented as labor which counts as the equal of every other sort of human labor, whatever natural form it may possess, hence whether it is objectified in a coat, in corn, in iron, or in gold. The linen, by virtue of the form of value, no longer stands in a social relation with merely one other kind of commodity, but with the whole world of commodities as well. As a commodity, it is a citizen of that world. At the same time, the endless series of expressions of its value implies that, from the point of view of the value of the commodity, the particular form of use value in which it appears is a matter of indifference. In the first form, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, it might well be a purely accidental occurrence that these two commodities are exchangeable in a specific quantitative relation. In the second form, on the contrary, the background to this accidental appearance, essentially different from it and determining it, immediately shines through. The value of the linen remains unaltered in magnitude, whether expressed in coats, coffee, or iron, or in innumerable different commodities, belonging to as many different owners. The accidental relation between two individual commodity owners disappears. It becomes plain that it is not the exchange of commodities which regulates the magnitude of their values, but rather the reverse, the magnitude of the value of commodities, which regulates the proportion in which they can exchange. The particular equivalent form. Each commodity, such as a coat, tea, iron, etc., figures in the expression of value of the linen as an equivalent, hence as a physical object possessing value. The specific natural form of each of these commodities is now a particular equivalent form alongside many others. In the same way, the many specific, concrete, and useful kinds of labor contained in the physical commodities now count as the same number of particular forms of realization, or manifestation of human labor in general. Defects of the total or expanded form of value. Firstly, the relative expression of value of the commodity is incomplete, because the series of its representations never comes to an end. The chain of which each equation of value is a link is liable at any moment to be lengthened by a newly created commodity, which will provide the material for a fresh expression of value. Secondly, it is a motley mosaic of disparate and unconnected expressions of value. And lastly, if, as must be the case, the relative value of each commodity is expressed in this expanded form, it follows that the relative form of value of each commodity is an endless series of expressions of value which are all different from the relative form of value of every other commodity. The defects of the expanded relative form of value are reflected in the corresponding equivalent form. Since the natural form of each particular kind of commodity is one particular equivalent form amongst innumerable other equivalent forms, the only equivalent forms which exist are limited ones, and each of them excludes all the others. Similarly, the specific, concrete, useful kind of labor contained in each particular commodity equivalent is only a particular kind of labor and therefore not an exhaustive form of appearance of human labor in general. It is true that the completed or total form of appearance of human labor is constituted by the totality of its particular forms of appearance. But in that case, it has no single, unified form of appearance. The expanded relative form of value is, however, nothing but the sum of the simple relative expressions or equations of the first form, such as 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, 20 yards of linen equals 10 pounds of tea, etc. However, each of these equations implies the identical equation in reverse. 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, 10 pounds of tea equals 20 yards of linen, etc. In fact, when a person exchanges his linen for many other commodities, and thus expresses its value in a series of other commodities, it necessarily follows that the other owners of commodities exchange them for the linen, and therefore express the values of their various commodities in one and the same third commodity, the linen. If then we reverse the series, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or equals 10 pounds of tea, etc., i.e. if we give the expression to the converse correlation already implied in the series, we get Subsection C, the general form of value. 1 coat, 10 pounds of tea, 40 pounds of coffee, 1 quarter of corn, 2 ounces of gold, 1/2 ton of iron, X commodity A, etc., all equal 20 yards of linen. The changed character of the form of value. The commodities now present their values to us, 1, in a simple form, because in a single commodity, 2, in a unified form, because in the same commodity each time. Their form of value is simple and common to all, hence general. The two previous forms, let's call them A and B, only amounted to the expression of the value of a commodity as something distinct from its own use value, or its physical shape as a commodity. The first form, A, produced equations like this: 1 coat equals 20 yards of linen, 10 pounds of tea equals 1/2 ton of iron. The value of the coat is expressed as comparable with the linen, that of the tea as comparable with the iron. But to be comparable with linen and with iron, these expressions of the value of the coat and tea is to be as different as linen is from iron. This form, it is plain, appears in practice only in the early stages, when the products of labor are converted into commodities by accidental occasional exchanges. The second form, B, distinguishes the value of a commodity from its own use value more adequately than the first, for the value of the coat now stands in contrast with its natural form in all possible shapes, in the sense that it is equated with linen, iron, tea, in short with everything but itself. On the other hand, any expression of value common to all commodities is directly excluded, for in the expression of value of each commodity, all other commodities now appear only in the form of equivalence. The expanded form of value comes into actual existence for the first time when a particular product of labor, such as cattle, is no longer exceptionally, but habitually exchanged for various other commodities. The new form we have just obtained expresses the values of the world of commodities through one single kind of commodity set apart from the rest, through the linen, for example, and thus represents the values of all commodities by means of their quality with linen. Through its equation with linen, the value of every commodity is now not only differentiated from its own use value, but from all use values, and is by that very fact expressed as that which is common to all commodities. By this form, commodities are, for the first time, freely brought into relation with each other as values, or permitted to appear to each other as exchange values. general form of value, on the other hand, can only arise as the joint contribution of the whole world of commodities. A commodity only acquires a general expression of its value if, at the same time, all other commodities express their values in the same equivalent, and every newly emergent commodity must follow suit. It thus becomes evident that because the objectivity of commodities as values is the purely social existence of these things, it can only be expressed through the whole range of their social relations. Consequently, the form of their value must possess social validity. In this form, when they are all counted as comparable with the linen, all commodities appear not only as qualitatively equal as values in general, but also as values of quantitatively comparable magnitude. Because the magnitudes of their values are expressed in one and the same material, the linen, these magnitudes are now reflected in each other. For instance, 10 pounds of tea equals 20 yards of linen, and 40 pounds of coffee equals 20 yards of linen. Therefore, 10 pounds of tea equals 40 pounds of coffee. In other words, 1 pound of coffee contains only a quarter as much of the substance of value, that is labor, as 1 pound of tea. The general relative form of value imposes the character of universal equivalent on the linen, which is the commodity excluded as equivalent from the whole world of commodities. Its own natural form is the form assumed in common by the values of all commodities. It is therefore directly exchangeable with all other commodities. The physical form of the linen counts as the visible incarnation, the social chrysalis state of all human labor. Weaving, the private labor which produces linen, acquires as a result a general social form, the form of equality with all other kinds of labor. The innumerable equations of which the general form of value is composed equate the labor realized in the linen with the labor contained in every other commodity in turn, and they thus convert weaving into the general form of appearance of undifferentiated human labor. In this manner, the labor objectified in the values of commodities is not just presented negatively, as labor in which abstraction is made from all the concrete forms and useful properties of actual work. Its own positive nature is explicitly brought out, namely, the fact that it is the reduction of all kinds of actual labor to their common character of being human labor in general, of being the expenditure of human labor power. The general value form, in which all the products of labor are presented as mere congealed quantities of undifferentiated human labor, shows by its very structure that it is the social expression of the world of commodities. In this way, it is made plain that within this world, the general human character of labor forms its specific social character. The development of the relative and equivalent forms of value, their interdependence. The degree of development of the relative form of value and that of the equivalent form correspond, but we must bear in mind that the development of the equivalent form is only the expression and the result of the development of the relative form. The simple or isolated relative form of value of one commodity converts some other commodity into an isolated equivalent. The expanded form of relative value, that expression of the value of one commodity in terms of all other commodities, imprints those other commodities with a form of particular equivalents of different kinds. Finally, a particular kind of commodity acquires the form of universal equivalent because all other commodities make it the material embodiment of their uniform and universal form of value. But the antagonism between the relative form of value and the equivalent form, the two poles of the value form, also develops concomitantly with the development of the value form itself. The first form, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, already contains this antagonism without as yet fixing it. According to whether we read the same equation backwards or forwards, each of the two commodity poles, such as the linen and the coat, is to be found in the relative form on one occasion and in the equivalent form on the other occasion. Here it is still difficult to keep hold of the polar antagonism. In form B, only one commodity at a time can completely expand its relative value, and it only possesses this expanded relative form of value because and insofar as all other commodities are, with respect to it, equivalent. Here we can no longer reverse the equation 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat without altering its whole character and converting it from the expanded form into the general form of value. Finally, the last form, C, gives to the world of commodities a general social relative form of value, because and insofar as all commodities except one are thereby excluded from the equivalent form. A single commodity, the linen, therefore has the form of direct exchangeability with all other commodities. In other words, it has a directly social form because and insofar as no other commodity is in this situation. The commodity that figures as universal equivalent is on the other hand excluded from the uniform and therefore universal relative form of value. If the linen or any other commodity serving as universal equivalent were at the same time to share in the relative form of value, it would have to serve as its own equivalent. We should then have 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen, a tautology in which neither the value nor its magnitude is expressed. In order to express the relative value of the universal equivalent, we must rather reverse the form C. This equivalent has no relative form of value in common with other commodities. Its value is rather expressed relatively in the infinite series of all other physical commodities. Thus, the expanded relative form of value, or form B, now appears as the specific relative form of value of the equivalent commodity. The transition from the general form of value to the money form. The universal equivalent form is a form of value in general. It can therefore be assumed by any commodity. On the other hand, a commodity is only to be found in the universal equivalent form, form C, if and insofar as it is excluded from the ranks of all other commodities as being their equivalent. Only when this exclusion becomes finally restricted to a specific kind of commodity does the uniform relative form of value of the world of commodities attain objective fixedness and general social validity. The specific kind of commodity with whose natural form the equivalent form is socially interwoven now becomes the money commodity, or serves as money. It becomes its specific social function and consequently its social monopoly to play the part of universal equivalent within the world of commodities. Among the commodities which in Form B figure as particular equivalents of the linen, and in Form C express in common their relative values in linen, there is one in particular which has historically conquered this advantageous position: gold. If then in Form C we replace the linen by gold, we get subsection D, the money form. 20 yards of linen, or 1 coat, or 10 pounds of tea, or 40 pounds of coffee, or 1/4 of corn, or 1/2 ton of iron, or X commodity A, each equal 2 ounces of gold. Fundamental changes have taken place in the course of the transition from Form A to Form B, and from Form B to Form C. As against this, Form D differs not at all from Form C, except that now, instead of linen, gold has assumed the universal equivalent form. Gold is in Form D what linen was in Form C, the universal equivalent. The advance consists only in that the form of direct and universal exchangeability, in other words, the universal equivalent form, has now, by social custom, finally become entwined with the specific natural form of the commodity gold. Gold confronts the other commodities as money only because it previously confronted them as a commodity. Like all other commodities, it also functioned as an equivalent, either as a single equivalent in isolated exchanges or as a particular equivalent alongside other commodity equivalents. Gradually, it began to serve as a universal equivalent in narrower or wider fields. As soon as it had won a monopoly of this position in the expression of value for the world of commodities, it became the money commodity. And only then, when it had already become the money commodity, did Form D become distinct from Form C, and the general form of value come to be transformed into the money form. The simple expression of the relative value of a single commodity, such as linen, in a commodity which is already functioning as the money commodity, such as gold, is the price form. The price form of the linen is therefore 20 yards of linen equals 2 ounces of gold. Or if 2 ounces of gold when coined are 2 pounds, 20 yards of linen equals 2 pounds. The only difficulty in the concept of the money form is that of grasping the universal equivalent form, and hence the general form of value as such, Form C. Form C can be reduced by working backwards to Form B, the expanded form of value, and its constitutive element is Form A, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or X commodity A equals Y commodity B. The simple commodity form is therefore the germ of the money form. Section 4. The fetishism of the commodity and its secret. A commodity appears at first sight an extremely obvious, trivial thing. But its analysis brings out that it is a very strange thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. So far as it is a use value, there is nothing mysterious about it, whether we consider it from the point of view that by its properties it satisfies human needs, or that it first takes on these properties as the product of human labor. It is absolutely clear that by this activity, man changes the forms of the materials of nature in such a way as to make them useful to him. The form of wood, for instance, is altered if a table is made out of it. Nevertheless, the table continues to be the wood, an ordinary sensuous thing. But as soon as it emerges as a commodity, it changes into a thing which transcends sensuousness. It not only stands with its feet on the ground, but in relation to all other commodities, it stands on its head. and evolves out of its wooden brain grotesque ideas, far more wonderful than if it were to begin dancing of its own free will. The mystical character of the commodity does not therefore arise from its use value. Just as little does it proceed from the nature of the determinants of value. For in the first place, however varied the useful kinds of labor or productive activities, it is a physiological fact that they are functions of the human organism, and that each such function, whatever may be its nature or its form, is essentially the expenditure of human brain, nerves, muscles, and sense organs. Secondly, with regard to the foundation of the quantitative determination of value, namely the duration of that expenditure or the quantity of labor, that is quite palpably different from its quality. In all situations, the labor time it costs to produce the means of subsistence must necessarily concern mankind, although not to the same degree at different stages of development. And finally, as soon as men start to work for each other in any way, their labor also assumes a social form. Whence then arises the enigmatic character of the product of labor, as soon as it assumes the form of a commodity? Clearly it arises from this form itself. The equality of the kinds of human labor takes on a physical form in the equal objectivity of the products of labor as values. The measure of the expenditure of human labor power by its duration takes on the form of a magnitude of the value of the products of labor. And finally, the relationships between the producers, within which the social characteristics of their labors are manifested, take on the form of a social relation between the products of labor. The mysterious character of the commodity form consists therefore simply in the fact that the commodity reflects the social characteristics of men's own labor as objective characteristics of the products of labor themselves, as the socio-natural properties of these things. Hence it also reflects the social relation of the producers to the sum total of labor as a social relation between objects, a relation which exists apart from and outside the producers. Through this substitution, the products of labor become commodities, sensuous things which are at the same time supersensible or social. In the same way, the impression made by a thing on the optic nerve is perceived not as a subjective excitation of that nerve, but as the objective form of a thing outside the eye. In the act of seeing, of course, light is really transmitted from one thing, the external object, to another thing, the eye. It is a physical relation between physical things. As against this, the commodity form and the value relation of the product of labor within which it appears have absolutely no connection with the physical nature of the commodity and the material relations arising out of this. It is nothing but the definite social relation between men themselves, which assumes here, for them, the fantastic form of a relation between things. In order, therefore, to find an analogy, we must take flight to the misty realm of religion. There, the products of the human brain appear as autonomous figures endowed with the life of their own, which enter into relations both with each other and with the human race. So it is in the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. I call this the fetishism, which attaches itself to the products of labor as soon as they are produced as commodities, and is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities. As the foregoing analysis has already demonstrated, this fetishism of the world of commodities arises from the peculiar social character of the labor which produces them. Objects of utility become commodities only because they are the products of the labor of private individuals who work independently of each other. The sum total of the labor of all these private individuals forms the aggregate labor of society. Since the producers do not come into social contact until they exchange the products of their labor, the specific social characteristics of their private labors appear only within this exchange. In other words, the labor of the private individual manifests itself as an element of the total labor of society only through the relations which the act of exchange establishes between the products, and through their mediation between the producers. To the producers, therefore, the social relations between their private labors appear as what they are, i.e. they do not appear as direct social relations between persons in their work, but rather as material relations between persons and social relations between things. It is only by being exchanged that the products of labor acquire a socially uniform objectivity as values, which is distinct from their sensuously varied objectivity as articles of utility. This division of the product of labor into a useful thing and a thing possessing value appears in practice only when exchange has already acquired a sufficient extension and importance to allow useful things to be produced for the purpose of being exchanged, so that their character as values has already to be taken into consideration during production. From this moment on, the labor of the individual producer acquires a twofold social character. On the one hand, it must, as a definite useful kind of labor, satisfy a definite social need, and thus maintain its position as an element of the total labor, as a branch of the social division of labor which originally sprang up spontaneously. the other hand, can satisfy the manifold needs of the individual producer himself only insofar as every particular kind of useful private labor can be exchanged with, i.e. counts as the equal of, every other kind of useful private labor. Equality in the full sense between different kinds of labor can be arrived at only if we abstract from their real inequality, if we reduce them to the characteristic that they have in common, that of being the expenditure of human labor power, or human labor in the abstract. The private producer's brain reflects this twofold social character of his labor only in the forms which appear in practical intercourse, in the exchange of products. Hence, the socially useful character of his private labor is reflected in the form that the product of labor has to be useful to others. And the social character of the equality of the various kinds of labor is reflected in the form of the common character, as values, possessed by these materially different things, the products of labor. Men do not, therefore, bring the products of their labor into relation with each other as values because they see these objects merely as the material integuments of homogeneous human labor. The reverse is true. By equating their different products to each other in exchange as values, they equate their different kinds of labor as human labor. They do this without being aware of it. Value, therefore, does not have its description branded on its forehead. It rather transforms every product of labor into a social hieroglyphic. Later on, men try to decipher the hieroglyphic, to get behind the secret of their own social product, for the characteristic which objects of utility have of being values is as much men's social product as is their language. The belated scientific discovery that the products of labor, insofar as they are values, are merely the material expressions of the human labor expended to produce them, marks an epoch in the history of mankind's development, but by no means banishes the semblance of objectivity possessed by the social characteristics of labor. Something which is only valid for this particular form of production, the production of commodities, namely the fact that the specific social character of private labors, carried on independently of each other, consists in their equality as human labor, and in the product assumes the form of the existence of value, appears to those caught up in the relations of commodity production, and this is true both before and after the above-mentioned scientific discovery, to be just as ultimately valid as the fact that the scientific dissection of the air into its component parts left the atmosphere itself unaltered in its physical configuration. What initially concerns producers in practice when they make an exchange is how much of some other product they get for their own. In what proportions can the products be exchanged? As soon as these proportions have attained a certain customary stability, they appear to result from the nature of the products, so that, for instance, 1 ton of iron and 2 ounces of gold appear to be equal in value in the same way as a pound of gold and a pound of iron are equal in weight, despite their different physical and chemical properties. The value character of the products of human labor becomes firmly established only when they act as magnitudes of value. These magnitudes vary continually, independently of the will, foreknowledge, and actions of the exchangers. Their own movement within society has for them the form of a movement made by things. And these things, far from being under their control, in fact control them. The production of commodities must be fully developed before the scientific conviction emerges from experience itself that all the different kinds of private labor, which are carried on independently of each other and yet as spontaneously developed branches of the social division of labor, are in a situation of all-round dependence on each other, are continually being reduced to the quantitative proportions in which society requires them. The reason for this reduction is that in the midst of the accidental and ever-fluctuating exchange relations between the products, the labor time socially necessary to produce them asserts itself as a regulative law of nature. In the same way, the law of gravity asserts itself when a person's house collapses on top of it. The determination of the magnitude of value by labor time is therefore a secret hidden under the apparent movements and the relative values of commodities. Its discovery destroys the semblance of the merely accidental determination of the magnitude of the value of the product of labor, but by no means abolishes that determination's material form. Reflection on the forms of human life, hence also scientific analysis of those forms, takes a course directly opposite to their real development. Reflections begin post festum, and therefore with the results of the process of development ready to hand. The forms which stamp products as commodities, and which are therefore the preliminary requirements for the circulation of commodities, already possess the fixed quality of natural forms of social life before man seeks to give an account, not of their historical character, for in his eyes they were immutable, but of their content and meaning. Consequently, it was solely the analysis of the prices of commodities which led to the determination of the magnitude of value, and solely the common expression of all commodities in money which led to the establishment of their character as values. It is, however, precisely this finished form of the world of commodities, the money form, which conceals the social character of private labor and the social relations difference between material objects instead of revealing them plainly. If I state that coats or boots stand in relation to linen because the latter is a universal incarnation of abstract human labor, the absurdity of this statement is self-evident. Nevertheless, when the producers of coats and boots bring these commodities into a relation with linen, or with gold and silver, and this makes the difference here, as the universal equivalent, the relation between their own private labor and the collective labor of society appears to them in exactly this absurd form. The categories of bourgeois economics consist precisely of forms of this kind. They are forms of thought which are socially valid and therefore objective for the relations of production belonging to this historically determined mode of social production, i.e. commodity production. The whole mystery of commodities, all the magic and necromancy that surrounds the products of labor on the basis of commodity production, vanishes therefore as soon as we come to other forms of production. As political economists are fond of Robinson Crusoe stories, let us first look at Robinson on his island. Undemanding though he is by nature, he still has needs to satisfy, and must therefore perform useful labors of various kinds. He must make tools, knock together furniture, tame llamas, fish, hunt, and so on. Of his prayers and the like, we take no account here, since our friend takes pleasure in them, and sees them as recreation. Despite the diversity of his productive functions, he knows that they are only different forms of activity of one and the same Robinson, hence only different modes of human labor. Necessity itself compels him to divide his time with precision between his different functions. Whether one function occupies a greater space in his total activity than another depends on the magnitude of the difficulties to be overcome in attaining the useful effect aimed at. Our friend Robinson Crusoe learns this by experience, and having saved a watch, ledger, ink, and pen from the shipwreck, he soon begins, like a good Englishman, to keep a set of books. His stock book contains a catalog of the useful objects he possesses, of the various operations necessary for their production, and finally of the labor time that specific quantities of these products have on average cost him. All the relations between Robinson and these objects that form his self-created wealth are here so simple and transparent that even Mr. Sedley Taylor could understand them. And yet those relations contain all the essential determinants of value. Let us now transport ourselves from Robinson's Island, bathed in light, to medieval Europe shrouded in darkness. Here, instead of the independent man, we find everyone dependent: serfs and lords, vassals and suzerains, laymen and clerics. Personal dependence characterizes the social relations of material production as much as it does the other spheres of life based on that production. But precisely because relations of personal dependence form the given social foundation, there is no need for labor and its products to assume a fantastic form different from their reality. They take the shape, in the transactions of society, of services in kind and payments in kind. The natural form of labor, its particularity, and not as in a society based on commodity production, its universality, is here its immediate social form. The corvée can be measured by time just as well as the labor which produces commodities, but every serf knows that what he expends in the service of his lord is a specific quantity of his own personal labor power. The tithe owed to the priest is more clearly apparent than his blessing. Whatever we may think, then, of the different roles in which men confront each other in such a society, the social relations between individuals in the performance of their labor appear at all events as their own personal relations, and are not disguised as social relations between things, between the products of labor. For an example of labor in common, i.e. directly associated labor, we do not need to go back to the spontaneously developed form which we find at the threshold of the history of all civilized peoples. We have one nearer to hand in the patriarchal rural industry of a peasant family which produces corn, cattle, yarn, linen, and clothing for its own use. These things confront the family as so many products of its collective labor, but they do not confront each other as commodities. The different kinds of labor which create these products, such as tilling the fields, tending the cattle, spinning, weaving, and making clothes, are already in their natural form social functions. For they are functions of the family, which just as much as a society based on commodity production, possesses its own spontaneously developed division of labor. The distribution of labor within the family and the labor time expended by the individual members of the family are regulated by differences of sex and age as well as by the seasonal variations in the natural conditions of labor. The fact that the expenditure of the individual labor powers is measured by duration appears here by its very nature as a social characteristic of labor itself, because the individual labor powers, by their very nature, act only as instruments of the joint labor power of the family. Let's finally imagine for a change an association of free men, working with the means of production held in common, and expending their many different forms of labor power in full self-awareness as one single social labor force. All the characteristics of Robinson's labor are repeated here, but with the difference that they are social instead of individual. All Robinson's products were exclusively the result of his own personal labor, and they were therefore directly objects of utility for him personally. The total product of our imagined association is a social product. One part of this product serves as fresh means of production and remains social, but another part is consumed by the members of the association as means of subsistence. This part must therefore be divided amongst them. The way this division is made will vary with the particular kind of social organization of production and the corresponding level of social development attained by the producers. We should assume, but only for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time. Labor time would in that case play a double part. Its apportionment in accordance with a definite social plan maintains the correct proportion between the different functions of labor and the various needs of the associations. On the other hand, labor time also serves as a measure of the part taken by each individual in the common labor and of his share in the part of the total product destined for individual consumption. The social relations of the individual producers, both towards their labor and the products of their labor, are here transparent in their simplicity, in production as well as in distribution. For a society of commodity producers, whose general social relation of production consists in the fact that they treat their products as commodities, hence as values, and in this material form bring their individual private labors into relation with each other as homogeneous human labor, Christianity, with its religious cult of man in the abstract, more particularly in its bourgeois development, i.e. in Protestantism, deism, etc., is the most fitting form of religion. In the ancient Asiatic, classical antique, and other such modes of production, the transformation of the product into a commodity, and therefore men's existence as producers of commodities, plays a subordinate role, which however increases in importance as these communities approach nearer and nearer to the stage of their dissolution. Trading nations, properly so called, exist only in the interstices of the ancient world, like the gods of Epicurus in the Intermundia, or Jews in the pores of Polish society. Those ancient social organisms of production are much more simple and transparent than those of bourgeois society. But they are founded either on the immaturity of man as an individual when he has not yet torn himself loose from the umbilical cord of his natural species connection with other men, or on direct relations of dominance and servitude. They are conditioned by a low stage of development of the productive powers of labor and correspondingly limited relations between men within the process of creating and reproducing the material life, hence also limited relations between man and nature. These real limitations are reflected in the ancient worship of nature and in other elements of tribal religions. The religious reflections of the real world can in any case vanish only when the practical relations of everyday life between man and man and nature generally present themselves to him, and in a transparent and rational form. The veil is not removed from the countenance of the social life process, i.e. the process of material production, until it becomes production by freely associated men, and stands under their conscious and planned control. This, however, requires that society possess a material foundation, or a series of material conditions of existence, which in their turn are the natural and spontaneous product of a long and tormented historical development. Political economy has indeed analyzed value in its magnitude, however incompletely, and has uncovered the content concealed within these forms, but it has never once asked the question why this content has assumed that particular form, that is to say, why labor is expressed in value, and why the measurement of labor by its duration is expressed in the magnitude of the value of the product. These formulas, which bear the unmistakable stamp of belonging to a social formation in which the process of production has mastery over man instead of the opposite, appear to the political economist's bourgeois consciousness to be as much a self-evident and nature-imposed necessity as productive labor itself. Hence, the pre-bourgeois forms of the social organization of production are treated by political economy in much the same way as the fathers of the church treated pre-Christian religions. The degree to which some economists are misled by the fetishism attached to the world of commodities or by the objective appearance of the social characteristics of labor is shown, among other things, by the dull and tedious dispute over the part played by nature in the formation of exchange value. Since exchange value is a definite social manner of expressing the labor bestowed on a thing, it can have no more natural content than has, for example, the rate of exchange. As the commodity form is the most general and the most undeveloped form of bourgeois production, it makes its appearance at an early date, though not in the same predominant and therefore characteristic manner as nowadays. Hence, its fetish character is still relatively easy to penetrate. But when we come to more concrete forms, even this appearance of simplicity vanishes. Where did the illusions of the monetary system come from? The adherents of the monetary system did not see gold and silver as representing money as a social relation of production, but in the form of natural objects with peculiar social properties. And what of modern political economy, which looks down so disdainfully on the monetary system? Does not its fetishism become quite palpable when it deals with capital? How long is it since the disappearance of the physiocratic illusion that ground rent grows out of the soil, not out of society? But, to avoid anticipating, we will content ourselves here with one more example relating to the commodity form itself. If commodities could speak, they would say this: our use value may interest men, but it does not belong to us as objects. What does belong to us as objects, however, is our value. Our own intercourse as commodities proves it. We relate to each other merely as exchange values. Now listen to how those commodities speak through the mouth of the economist. Quote, value, i.e. exchange value, is a property of things. Riches, i.e. use value of man. Value in this sense necessarily implies exchanges. Riches do not. End quote. Quote, riches, use value, are the attribute of man. Value is the attribute of commodities. A man or a community is rich, a pearl or a diamond is valuable. A pearl or a diamond is valuable as a pearl or a diamond. End quote. So far, no chemist has ever discovered exchange value either in a pearl or a diamond. The economists who have discovered this chemical substance and who lay special claim to critical acumen, nevertheless find that the use value of material objects belongs to them independently of their material properties, while their value, on the other hand, forms a part of them as objects. What confirms them in this view is the peculiar circumstance that the use value of a thing is realized without exchange, i.e. in the direct relation between the thing and man, while inversely its value is realized only in exchange, i.e. in a social process. Who would not call to mind at this point the advice given by good Dogberry to the night watchman's seacoal? To be a well-favored man is the gift of fortune, but reading and writing comes by nature. Chapter 2. The Process of Exchange.
We did it.
Commodities cannot themselves go to market and perform
Wow. That was awesome. See, we got some people chilling. So what did y'all think? Some good stuff in there. Chapter 2 is only 15 minutes. I'm down to do another one if y'all want to keep hanging out, but I gotta grab some fresh water, stretch for a second. So yeah, I think I might. Let's do that. Let's go it. Let's do it for round 2. It's a birthday. Let's celebrate. Yo, Friday night. Let's do the nerd stuff. I'm gonna be right back. Let's put on a loop from earlier, I guess. I don't know. This one, is that a good one? No. Should I skip forward through the tunnel, or just are we vibing with this tunnel here? I'm gonna skip forward on the tunnel. Come on, tunnels. Yeah. Can you even hear me? Am I muted? I'm probably muted, aren't I? Yeah, I've been muted. Haha. Awesome. Yeah. So what I was saying is, I think we'll do chapter 2. I'm gonna go grab some fresh water, check in with my partner, see how she's doing, but I'm having fun, so let's keep going. back. I have returned. There we go. That's a little better. We're going chapter 2. Let's do it.
Chapter 2. The process of exchange. Commodities cannot themselves go to market and perform exchanges in their own right. We must therefore have recourse to their guardians, who are the possessors of commodities. Commodities are things and therefore lack the power to resist man. If they are unwilling, he can use force. In other words, he can take possession of them. In order that these objects may enter into relation with each other as commodities, their guardians must place themselves in relation to one another as persons whose will resides in those objects, and must behave in such a way that each does not appropriate the commodity of the other and alienate his own, except through an act to which both parties consent. The guardians must therefore recognize each other as owners of private property. This juridical relation, whose form is the contract, whether as part of a developed legal system or not, is a relation between two wills which mirrors the economic relation. The content of this juridical relation, or the relation of two wills, is itself determined by the economic relation. Here, the persons exist for one another merely as representatives and hence owners of commodities. As we proceed to develop our investigation, we shall find in general that the characters who appear on the economic stage are merely personifications of economic relations. It is as the bearers of these economic relations that they come into contact with each other. What chiefly distinguishes a commodity from its owner is the fact that every other commodity counts for it only as the form of appearance of its own value. A born leveler and cynic, it is always ready to exchange not only soul, but body with each and every other commodity, be it more repulsive than Maritornes herself. The owner makes up for this lack in the commodity of a sense of the concrete physical body of the other commodity by his own 5 and more senses. For the owner, His commodity possesses no direct use value. Otherwise, he would not bring it to market. It has use value for others, but for himself its only direct use value is as a bearer of exchange value, and consequently, a means of exchange. He therefore makes up his mind to sell it in return for commodities whose use value is of service to him. All commodities are non-use values for their owners, and use values for their non-owners. Consequently, they must all change hands. But this changing of hands constitutes their exchange, and their exchange puts them in relation with each other as values, and realizes them as values. Hence, commodities must be realized as values before they can be realized as use values. On the other hand, they must stand the test as use values before they can be realized as values, for the labor expended on them only counts insofar as it is expended in a form which is useful for others. However, only the act of exchange can prove whether that labor is useful for others, and its product consequently capable of satisfying the needs of others. The owner of a commodity is prepared to part with it only in return for other commodities whose use value satisfies his own need. So far, exchange is merely an individual process for him. On the other hand, he desires to realize his commodity as a value in any other suitable commodity of the same value. It does not matter to him whether his own commodity has any use value for the owner of the other commodity or not. From this point of view, exchange is for him a general social process. But the same process cannot be simultaneously for all owners of commodities, both exclusively individual and exclusively social in general. Let us look at the matter a little more closely. To the owner of a commodity, every other commodity counts as the particular equivalent of his own commodity. Hence, his own commodity is the universal equivalent for all the others. But since this applies to every owner, there is in fact no commodity acting as universal equivalent, and the commodities possess no general relative form of value under which they can be equated as values and have the magnitude of their values compared. Therefore, they definitely do not confront each other as commodities, but as products or use values only. In their difficulties, our commodity owners think like Faust. In the beginning was the deed. They have therefore already acted before thinking. The natural laws of the commodity have manifested themselves in the natural instinct of the owners of commodities. They can only bring their commodities into relation as values and therefore as commodities by bringing them into an opposing relation with some one other commodity, which serves as the universal equivalent. We have already reached that result by our analysis of the commodity, but only the action of society can turn a particular commodity into the universal equivalent. The social action of all other commodities, therefore, sets apart the particular commodity in which they all represent their values. The natural form of this commodity thereby becomes the socially recognized equivalent form. Through the agency of the social process, it becomes the specific social function of the commodity which has been set apart to be the universal equivalent. It thus becomes money. Quote, "These have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast." End quote from Revelation 17:13. Quote, "And that no man might buy or sell, save that he had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name." End quote from Revelation 13:17. Money necessarily crystallizes out of the process of exchange, in which different products of labor are in fact equated with each other, and thus converted into commodities. The historical broadening and deepening of the phenomenon of exchange develops the opposition between use value and value, which is latent in the nature of the commodity. The need to give an external expression to this opposition for the purposes of commercial intercourse produces the drive towards an independent form of value, which finds neither rest nor peace until an independent form has been achieved by the differentiation of commodities into commodities and money. At the same rate, then, as the transformation of the products of labor into commodities is accomplished, one particular commodity is transformed into money. The direct exchange of products has the form of the simple expression of value in one respect, but not as yet in another. That form was X commodity A equals Y commodity B. The form of the direct exchange of products is X use value A equals Y use value B. The articles A and B, in this case, are not as yet commodities, but become so only through the act of exchange. The first way in which an object of utility attains the possibility of becoming an exchange value is to exist as a non-use value, as a quantum of use value superfluous to the immediate needs of its owner. Things are in themselves external to man, and therefore alienable. In order that this alienation may be reciprocal, it is only necessary for men to agree tacitly to treat each other as the private owners of those alienable things,
Now we're in
and
chapter
precisely
2
for
of
that
Capital.
reason, as persons who are independent of each other. But that this relationship of reciprocal isolation and foreignness does not exist for the members of a primitive community of natural origin, whether it takes the form of a patriarchal family, an ancient Indian commune, or an Inca state. The exchange of commodities begins where communities have their boundaries and their points of contact with other communities, or with members of the latter. However, as soon as products have become commodities in the external relations of a community, they also, by reaction, become commodities in the internal life of the community. Their quantitative exchange relation is at first determined purely by chance. They become exchangeable through the mutual desire of their owners to alienate. In the meantime, the need for others' objects of utility gradually establishes itself. The constant repetition of exchange makes it into a normal social process. In the course of time, therefore, at least some part of the products must be produced intentionally for the purpose of exchange. From that moment, the distinction between the usefulness of things for direct consumption and their usefulness in exchange becomes firmly established. Their use value becomes distinguished from their exchange value. On the other hand, the quantitative proportion in which the things are exchangeable becomes dependent on their production itself. Custom fixes their values at definite magnitudes.
Actually, my first time listening
In the direct exchange of products, each commodity is a direct means of exchange to its owner, and an equivalent to those who do not possess it, although only insofar as it has use value for them. At this stage, therefore, the articles exchanged do not acquire a value form independent of their own use value, or of the individual needs of the exchangers. The need for this form first develops with the increase in the number and variety of the commodities entering into the process of exchange. The problem and the means for its solution arise simultaneously. Commercial intercourse, in which the owners of commodities exchange and compare their own articles with various other articles, never takes place unless different kinds of commodities belonging to different owners are exchanged for and equated as values with one single further kind of commodity.
Do you ever use Ableton?
This further commodity, by becoming the equivalent of various other commodities, directly acquires the form of a universal or social equivalent, if only within narrow limits. The universal equivalent form comes and goes with the momentary social contacts which call it into existence. It is transiently attached to this or that commodity in alternation. But with the development of exchange, it fixes itself firmly and exclusively onto particular kinds of commodity, i.e. it crystallizes out into the money form. The particular kind of commodity to which it sticks is at first a matter of accident. Nevertheless, there are two circumstances which are by and large decisive. The money form comes to be attached either to the most important articles of exchange from outside, which are in fact the primitive and spontaneous forms of manifestation of the exchange values of local products, or to the object of utility, which forms the chief element of indigenous alienable wealth.
So
For
stick
example,
around and
cattle.
follow and
Nomadic peoples are the first to develop the money form because all their worldly possessions are in a movable and therefore directly alienable form, and because their mode of life, by continually bringing them into contact with foreign communities, encourages the exchange of products. Men have often made man himself into the primitive material of money, in the shape of the slave, but they have never done this with the land and soil. Such an idea could only arise in a bourgeois society, and one which was already well developed. It dates from the last third of the 17th century, and the first attempt to implement the idea on a national scale was made a century later, during the French bourgeois revolution. In the same proportion as exchange bursts from its local bonds, and the value of commodities accordingly expands more and more into the material embodiment of human labor as such, in that proportion does the money form become transferred to commodities which are by nature fitted to perform the social function of a universal equivalent. Those commodities are the precious metals. The truth of the statement that, although gold and silver are not by nature money, money is by nature gold and silver, is shown by the appropriateness of their natural properties for the functions of money. So far, however, we are acquainted with only one function of money, namely to serve as the form of appearance of the value of commodities, that is, as the material in which the magnitudes of their values are socially expressed. Only a material whose every sample possesses the same uniform quality can be an adequate form of appearance of value, that is, a material embodiment of abstract and therefore equal human labor. On the other hand, since the difference between the magnitudes of value is purely quantitative, the money commodity must be capable of purely quantitative differentiation. It must therefore be divisible at will, and it must also be possible to assemble it again from its component parts. Gold and silver possess these properties by nature. The money commodity acquires a dual use value. Alongside its special use value as a commodity, gold, for instance, serves to fill hollow teeth, it forms the raw material for luxury articles, etc. It acquires a formal use value, arising out of its specific social function. Since all other commodities are merely particular equivalents for money, the latter being their universal equivalent, they relate to money as particular commodities relate to the universal commodity. We have seen that the money form is merely the reflection thrown upon a single commodity by the relations between all other commodities. That money is a commodity is therefore only a discovery for those who proceed from its finished shape in order to analyze it afterwards. The process of exchange gives to the commodity which it has converted into money not its value, but its specific value form. Confusion between these two attributes has misled some writers into maintaining that the value of gold and silver is imaginary. The fact that money can, in certain functions, be replaced by mere symbols of itself gave rise to another mistaken notion, that it itself is a mere symbol. Nevertheless, this error did contain the suspicion that the money form of the thing is external to the thing itself, being simply the form of appearance of human relations hidden behind it. In this sense, every commodity is a symbol, since as value, it is only the material shell of the human labor expended on it. But if it is declared that the social characteristics assumed by material objects, or the material characteristics assumed by the social determinations of labor on the basis of a definite mode of production, are mere symbols, then it is also declared at the same time that these characteristics are the arbitrary product of human reflection. This was the kind of explanation favored by the 18th century. In this way, the Enlightenment endeavored, at least temporarily, to remove the appearance of strangeness from the mysterious shapes assumed by human relations, whose origins they were unable to decipher. It has already been remarked above that the equivalent form of a commodity does not imply that the magnitude of its value can be determined. Therefore, even if we know that gold is money, and consequently directly exchangeable with all other commodities, that still does not tell us how much 10 pounds of gold is worth, for instance. Money, like every other commodity, cannot express the magnitude of its value except relatively in other commodities. This value is determined by the labor time required for its production, and is expressed in the quantity of any other commodity in which the same amount of labor time is congealed. This establishing of its relative value occurs at the source of its production by means of barter. As soon as it enters into circulation as money, its value is already given. In the last decades of the 17th century, the first step in the analysis of money, the discovery that money is a commodity, had already been taken, but this was merely the first step and nothing more. The difficulty lies not in comprehending that money is a commodity, but in discovering how, why, and by what means a commodity becomes money. We have already seen, from the simplest expression of value, X commodity A equals Y commodity B, that the thing in which the magnitude of value of another thing is represented appears to have the equivalent form independently of this relation, as a social property inherent in its nature. We followed the process by which this false semblance became firmly established, a process which was completed when the universal equivalent form became identified with the natural form of a particular commodity, and thus crystallized into the money form. What appears to happen is not that a particular commodity becomes money because all other commodities express their values in it, but on the contrary, that all other commodities universally express their values in a particular commodity because it is money. The movement through which this process has been mediated vanishes in its own result, leaving no trace behind. Without any initiative on their part, the commodities find their own value configuration ready to hand, in the form of a physical commodity existing outside but also alongside them. This physical object, gold or silver in its crude state, becomes immediately on its emergence from the bowels of the earth the direct incarnation of all human labor. Hence the magic of money. Men are henceforth related to each other in their social process of production in a purely atomistic way. Their own relations of production, therefore, assume a material shape which is independent of their control and their conscious individual action. This situation is manifested first by the fact that the products of men's labor universally take on the form of commodities. The riddle of the money fetish is therefore the riddle of the commodity fetish, now become visible and dazzling to our eyes. Chapter 3. Money, or the circulation of commodities. Section 1. The measure of values. Throughout this work, I assume that gold is the money commodity, for the sake of simplicity. The first main function of gold is to supply commodities with the material for the expression of their values, or to represent their values as magnitudes of the same denomination, qualitatively equal and quantitatively comparable. It thus acts as a universal measure of value, and only through performing this function does gold, the specific equivalent commodity, become money. It is not money that renders the commodities commensurable, quite the contrary. Because all commodities, as values, are objectified human labor,
and therefore in themselves commensurable, their values can be communally measured in one and the same specific commodity, and this commodity can be converted into the common measure of their values, that is, into money. Money, as a measure of value, is the necessary form of appearance of the measure of value which is immanent in commodities, namely labor time. The expression of the value of a commodity in gold, X commodity A equals Y money commodity, is its money form, or price. A single equation, such as 1 ton of iron equals 2 ounces of gold, now suffices to express the value of the iron in a socially valid manner. There is no longer any need for this equation to figure as a link in the chain of equations that express the values of all other commodities, because the equivalent commodity, gold, already possesses the character of money. The general relative form of value of commodities has therefore resumed its original shape of simple or individual relative value. On the other hand, the expanded relative expression of value, the endless series of equations, has now become the specific relative form of value of the money commodity. However, the endless series itself is now a socially given fact in the shape of the prices of commodities. We have only to read the quotations of a price list backwards to find the magnitude of the value of money expressed in all sorts of commodities. As against this, money has no price. In order to form a part of this uniform relative form of value of the other commodities, it would have to be brought into relation with itself as its own equivalent. The price, or money form of commodities is, like their form of value generally, quite distinct from their palpable and real bodily form. It is therefore a purely ideal or notional form. Although invisible, the value of iron, linen, and corn exists in these very articles. It is signified through their equality with gold, even though this relation with gold exists only in their heads, so to speak. The guardian of the commodities must therefore lend them his tongue, or hang a ticket on them, in order to communicate their prices to the outside world. Since the expression of the value of commodities in gold is a purely ideal act, we may use purely imaginary or ideal gold to perform this operation. Every owner of commodities knows that he is nowhere near turning them into gold when he has given their value the form of a price or of imaginary gold, and that it does not require the tiniest particle of real gold to give a valuation in gold of millions of pounds worth of commodities. In its function as measure of value, money therefore serves only in an imaginary or ideal capacity. This circumstance has given rise to the wildest theories. But although the money that performs the functions of a measure of value is only imaginary, the price depends entirely on the actual substance that is money. The value, i.e. the quantity of human labor which is contained in a ton of iron, is expressed by an imaginary quantity of the money commodity which contains the same amount of labor as the iron. Therefore, according to whether it is gold, silver, or copper which is serving as the measure of value, the value of the ton of iron will be expressed by very different prices, or will be represented by very different quantities of those metals. If, therefore, two different commodities, such as gold and silver, serve simultaneously as measures of value, all commodities will have two separate price expressions, the price in gold and the price in silver, which will quietly coexist as long as the ratio of the value of silver to that of gold remains unchanged, say at 15 to 1. However, every alteration in this ratio disturbs the ratio between the gold prices and the silver prices of commodities, and thus proves, in fact, that a duplication of the measure of value contradicts the function of that measure. Commodities with definite prices all appear in this form. A commodity A equals X gold, B commodity B equals Y gold, C commodity C equals Z gold, etc., where A, B, and C represent definite quantities of the commodities A, B, and C, and X, Y, and Z definite quantities of gold. The values of these commodities are therefore changed into imaginary quantities of gold of different magnitudes. Hence, in spite of the confusing variety of the commodities themselves, their values become magnitudes of the same denomination, gold magnitudes. As such, they are now capable of being compared with each other and measured, and the course of development produces the need to compare them, for technical reasons, with some fixed quantity of gold as their unit of measurement. This unit, by subsequent division into aliquot parts, becomes itself the standard of measurement. Before they become money, gold, silver, and copper already possess such standards in their weights, so that, for example, a pound, which serves as a unit of measurement, can on the one hand be divided into ounces, and on the other hand combined with others to make up hundredweights. It is owing to this that, in all metallic currencies, the names given to the standards of money or of price were originally taken from the pre-existing names of the standards of weight. As measure of value, and as standard of price, money performs two quite different functions. It is the measure of value as the social incarnation of human labor. It is the standard of price as a quantity of metal with a fixed weight. As the measure of value, it serves to convert the values of all the manifold commodities into prices, into imaginary quantities of gold. As the standard of price, it measures those quantities of gold. The measure of values measures commodities considered as values. The standard of price measures, on the contrary, quantities of gold by unit quantity of gold, not the value of one quantity of gold by the weight of another. For the standard of price, a certain weight of gold must be fixed as the unit of measurement. In this case, as in all cases where quantities of the same denomination are to be measured, the stability of the measurement is of decisive importance. Hence, the less the unit of measurement, here a quantity of gold, is subject to variation, the better the standard of price fulfills its office. But gold can serve as a measure of value only because it is itself a product of labor, and therefore potentially variable in value. It is first of all quite clear that a change in the value of gold in no way impairs its function as a standard of price. No matter how the value of gold varies, different quantities of gold always remain in the same value relation to each other. If the value of gold fell by 1,000%, 12 ounces of gold would continue to have 12 times the value of 1 ounce of gold. And when we are dealing with prices, we are only concerned with the relation between different quantities of gold. Since, on the other hand, an ounce of gold undergoes no change in weight when its value rises or falls, no change can take place in the weight of its aliquot parts. Thus, gold always renders the same service as a fixed measure of price, however much its value may vary. Moreover, a change in the value of gold is not prevented from fulfilling its function as measure of value. The change affects all commodities simultaneously, and therefore, other things being equal, leaves the mutual relations between their values unaltered, although those values are now all expressed in higher or lower gold prices than before. Just as in the case of the estimation of the value of a commodity in the use value of any other commodity, so also in this case, where commodities are valued in gold, we assume nothing more than that the production of a given quantity of gold costs, at a given period, a given amount of labor. As regards the fluctuations of commodity prices in general, they're subject to the laws of the simple relative expression of value which we developed in an earlier chapter. A general rise in the prices of commodities can result either from a rise in their values, which happens when the value of money remains constant, or from a fall in the value of money, which happens when the values of commodities remain constant. The process also occurs in reverse. A general fall in prices can result either from a fall in the values of commodities, if the value of money remains constant, or from a rise in the value of money, if the values of the commodities remain constant. It therefore by no means follows that a rise in the value of money necessarily implies a proportional fall in the prices of commodities, or that a fall in the value of money implies a proportional rise in prices. This would hold only for commodities whose value remains constant. But commodities whose value rises simultaneously with, and in proportion to, that of money would retain the same price. And if their value rose either slower or faster than that of money, the fall or rise in their prices would be determined by the difference between the path described by their value and that described by the value of money, and so on. Let us now go back to considering the price form. For various reasons, the money names of the metal weights are gradually separated from their original weight names. The historically decisive reasons being 1, the introduction of foreign money among less developed peoples. This happened in Rome in its early days, where gold and silver coins circulated at first as foreign commodities. The names of these foreign coins were different from those of the indigenous weights. 2, with the development of material wealth, the more precious metal extrudes the less precious from its function as measure of value. Silver drives out copper, gold drives out silver, however much this sequence may contradict the chronology of the poets. The word pound, for instance, was the money name given to an actual pound weight of silver. As soon as gold had driven out silver as a measure of value, the same name became attached to, say, 1/15 of a pound of gold, depending on the ratio between the values of gold and
I know
silver.
what I need to do.
Pound as a money name and pound as the ordinary weight name of gold are now two different things. 3. Centuries of continuous debasement of the currency by kings and princes have in fact left nothing behind of the original weights of gold coins but their names. These historical processes have made the separation of the money name from the weight name into a fixed popular custom. Since the standard of money is on the one hand purely conventional, while on the other hand it must possess universal validity, it is in the end regulated by law. A given weight of one of the precious metals, an ounce of gold for instance, becomes officially divided into aliquot parts, baptized by the law as a pound, a thaler, etc. These aliquot parts, which then serve as the actual units of money, are subdivided into other aliquot parts with legal names, such as a shilling, a penny, etc. But despite this, a definite weight of metal remains the standard of metallic money. All that has changed is the subdivision and the denomination of the money. The prices, or quantities of gold, into which the values of commodities are ideally changed, are therefore now expressed in the money names, or the legally valid names of the subdivision of the gold standard made for the purpose of reckoning. Hence, instead of saying that a quarter of wheat is worth an ounce of gold, people in England would say that it was worth £3, 17 shillings, 10.5 pence. In this way, commodities express by their money names how much they are worth, and money serves as money of account whenever it is a question of fixing a thing as a value and therefore in its money form. The name of a thing is entirely external to its nature. I know nothing of a man if I merely know his name is Jacob. In the same way, every trace of the money relation disappears in the money names pound, thaler, franc, ducat, etc. The confusion caused by attributing a hidden meaning to these Kabbalistic signs is made even greater by the fact that these money names express both the values of commodities and simultaneously aliquot parts of a certain weight of metal, namely the weight of the metal which serves as the standard of money. On the other hand, it is in fact necessary that value, as opposed to the multifarious objects of the world of commodities, should develop into this form, a material and non-mental one, but also a simple social form. Price is the money name of the labor objectified in a commodity. Hence, the expression of the equivalence of a commodity with the quantity of money whose name is that commodity's price is a tautology, just as the expression of the relative value of a commodity is an expression of the equivalence of two commodities. But although price, being the exponent of the magnitude of a commodity's value, is the exponent of its exchange ratio with money, it does not follow that the exponent of this exchange ratio is necessarily the exponent of the magnitude of the commodity's value. Suppose two equal quantities of socially necessary labor are respectively represented by 1/4 of wheat and 2 pounds sterling, approximately half an ounce of gold. 2 pounds is the expression in money of the magnitude of the value of the quarter of wheat, or its price. If circumstances now allow this price to be raised to 3 pounds, or compel it to be reduced to 1 pound, then although 1 pound and 3 pounds may be too small or too large to give proper expression to the magnitude of the wheat's value, they are nevertheless prices of the wheat, for they are, in the first place, the form of its value, i.e. money, and in the second place, the exponents of its exchange ratio with money. If the conditions of production, or the productivity of labor, remain constant, the same amount of social labor time must be expended on the reproduction of a quarter of wheat, both before and after the change in price. This situation is not dependent either on the will of the wheat producer or on that of the owners of the other commodities. The magnitude of the value of a commodity therefore expresses a necessary relation to social labor time, which is inherent in the process by which its value is created. With the transformation of the magnitude of value into the price, this necessary relation appears as the exchange ratio between a single commodity and the money commodity which exists outside it. This relation, however, may express both the magnitude of value of the commodity and the greater or lesser quantity of money for which it can be sold under the given circumstances. The possibility, therefore, of a quantitative incongruity between price and magnitude of value, i.e. the possibility that the price may diverge from the magnitude of value, is inherent in the price form itself. This is not a defect, but on the contrary, it makes this form the adequate one for a mode of production whose laws can only assert themselves as blindly operating averages between constant irregularities. The price form, however, is not only compatible with the possibility of a quantitative incongruity between the magnitude of value and price, i.e. between the magnitude of value and its own expression in money, but it may also harbor a qualitative contradiction, with the result that price ceases altogether to express value, despite the fact that money is nothing but the value form of commodities. Things which in and for themselves are not commodities, things such as conscience, honor, etc., can be offered for sale by their holders, and thus acquire the form of commodities through their price. Hence a thing can, formally speaking, have a price without having a value. The expression of price is in this case imaginary, like certain quantities in mathematics. On the other hand, the imaginary price form may also conceal a real value relation, or one derived from it, as for instance the price of uncultivated land, which is without value because no human labor is objectified in it. Like the relative form of value in general, price expresses the value of a commodity, for instance a ton of iron, by asserting that a given quantity of the equivalent, for instance an ounce of gold, is directly exchangeable with iron. But it by no means asserts the converse, that the iron is directly exchangeable with gold. In order, therefore, that a commodity may in practice operate effectively as exchange value, it must divest itself of its natural physical body and become transformed from merely imaginary into real gold. Although this act of transubstantiation may be more troublesome for it than the transition from necessity to freedom for the Hegelian concepts, the casting of a shell for a lobster, or the putting off of the old Adam for St. Jerome. Though a commodity may, alongside its real shape, iron for instance, possess an ideal value shape, or an imagined gold shape in the form of its price, it cannot simultaneously be both real iron and real gold. To establish its price, it is sufficient for it to be equated with gold in the imagination. But to enable it to render its owner the service of a universal equivalent, it must actually be replaced by gold. If the owner of the iron were to go to the owner of some other earthly commodity, and were to refer him to the price of iron as proof that it was already money, his answer would be the terrestrial equivalent of the answer given by St. Peter in heaven to Dante, when the latter recited the creed, quote, "Now this coin has been measured, and now we know its alloy and its weight, but tell me if you have it in your purse," end quote. The price form therefore implies both the exchangeability of commodities for money and the necessity of exchanges. On the other hand, gold serves as an ideal measure of value only because it has already established itself as the money commodity in the process of exchange. Hard cash lurks within the ideal measure of value. Section 2. The means of circulation. Subsection A. The metamorphosis of commodities. We saw in a former chapter that the exchange of commodities implies contradictory and mutually exclusive conditions. The further development of the commodity does not abolish these contradictions, but rather provides the form within which they have room to move. This is, in general, the way in which real contradictions are resolved. For instance, it is a contradiction to depict one body as constantly falling towards another and at the same time constantly flying away from it. The ellipse is a form of motion within which this contradiction is both realized and resolved. Insofar as the process of exchange transfers commodities from hands in which they are non-use values to hands in which they are use values, it is a process of social metabolism. The product of one kind of useful labor replaces that of another. Once a commodity has arrived at a situation in which it can serve as a use value, it falls out of the sphere of exchange into that of consumption. But the former sphere alone interests us here. We therefore have to consider the whole process in its formal aspect, that is to say, the change in form or the metamorphosis of commodities through which the social metabolism is mediated. This change of form has been very imperfectly grasped as yet, owing to the circumstance that, quite apart from the lack of clarity in the concept of value itself, every change of form in a commodity results from the exchange of two commodities, namely an ordinary commodity and the money commodity. If we keep in mind only this material aspect, that is, the exchange of the commodity for gold, we overlook the very thing we ought to observe, namely, what has happened to the form of the commodity. We do not see that gold, as a mere commodity, is not money, and that the other commodities, through their prices, themselves relate to gold as the medium for expressing their own shape in money. Commodities first enter into the process of exchange ungilded and unsweetened, retaining their original homegrown shape. Exchange, however, produces a differentiation of the commodity into two elements, commodity and money, an external opposition which expresses the opposition between use value and value which is inherent in it. In this opposition, commodities as use values confront money as exchange value. On the other hand, both sides of this opposition are commodities, hence themselves unities of use value and value. But this unity of differences is expressed at two opposite poles, and at each pole in an opposite way. This is the alternating relation between the two poles. The commodity is in reality a use value. Its existence as a value appears only ideally in its price, through which it is related to the real embodiment of its value, the gold which confronts it as its opposite. Inversely, the material of the gold ranks only as the materialization of value, as money. It is therefore in reality exchange value. Its use value appears only ideally in the series of expressions of relative value within which it confronts all the other commodities as the totality of real embodiments of its unity. These antagonistic forms of the commodities are the real forms of motion of the process of exchange. Let us now accompany the owner of some commodity, say our old friend the linen weaver, to the scene of action, the market. His commodity, 20 yards of linen, has a definite price, £2. He exchanges it for the £2, and then, being a man of the old school, he parts with the £2 in return for a family Bible of the same price. The linen, for him a mere commodity, a bearer of value, is alienated in the exchange for gold, which is the shape of the linen's value. Then it is taken out of this shape and alienated again in exchange for another commodity, the Bible, which is destined to enter the weaver's house as an object of utility and there to satisfy his family's need for edification. The process of exchange is therefore accomplished through two metamorphoses of opposite, yet mutually complementary character: the conversion of the commodity into money and the reconversion of the money into a commodity. The two moments of this metamorphosis are at once distinct transactions by the weaver: selling, or the exchange of the commodity for money, and buying, or the exchange of the money for a commodity, and the unity of the two acts, selling in order to buy. The end result of the transaction, from the point of view of the weaver, is that instead of being in possession of the linen, he now has the Bible. Instead of his original commodity, he now possesses another of the same value but of different utility. He procures his other means of subsistence and of production in a similar way. For the weaver, the whole process accomplishes nothing more than the exchange of the product of his labor for the product of someone else's, nothing more than an exchange of products. The process of exchange is therefore accomplished through the following changes of form: commodity to money to commodity, or C to M to C. As far as concerns its material content, the movement is C to C, the exchange of one commodity for another, the metabolic interaction of social labor in whose result the process itself becomes extinguished. C to M, the first metamorphosis of the commodity, or sale. The leap taken by value from the body of the commodity into the body of the gold is the commodity's salto mortale, as I have called it elsewhere. If the leap falls short, it is not the commodity which is defrauded, but rather its owner. The social division of labor makes the nature of his labor as one-sided as his needs are many-sided. This is precisely the reason why the product of his labor serves him solely as exchange value. But it cannot acquire universal social validity as an equivalent form except by being converted into money. That money, however, is in someone else's pocket. To allow it to be drawn out, the commodity produced by its owner's labor must above all be a use value for the owner of the money. The labor expended on it must therefore be of a socially useful kind, i.e. it must maintain its position as a branch of the social division of labor. But the division of labor is an organization of production which has grown up naturally, a web which has been and continues to be woven behind the backs of the producers of commodities. Perhaps the commodity is the product of a new kind of labor and claims to satisfy a newly arisen need, or is even trying to bring forth a new need of its own account. Perhaps a particular operation, although yesterday it still formed one out of the many operations conducted by one producer in creating a given commodity, may today tear itself out of this framework, establish itself as an independent branch of labor, and send its part of the product to the market as an independent commodity. The circumstances may or may not be ripe for such a process of separation. Today, the product satisfies a social need. Tomorrow, it may perhaps be expelled partly or completely from its place by a similar product. Moreover, although our weaver's labor may be a recognized branch of the social division of labor, yet that fact is by no means sufficient to guarantee the utility of his 20 yards of linen. If the society's need for linen, and such need has a limit like every other need, has already been satisfied by the products of rival weavers, our friend's product is superfluous, redundant, and consequently useless. Although people do not look a gift horse in the mouth, our friend does not frequent the markets to make presents of his products. Let us assume, however, that the use value of his product does maintain itself, and that the commodity therefore attracts money. Now we have to ask, how much money? No doubt the answer is already anticipated in the price of the commodity, which is the exponent of the magnitude of its value. We leave out of consideration here any possible subjective errors in calculation by the owner of the commodity, which will immediately be corrected objectively in the market. We suppose him to have spent on his product only the average socially necessary quantity of labor time. The price of the commodity, therefore, is merely the money name of the quantity of social labor objectified in it. But now the old established conditions of production and weaving are thrown into the melting pot, without the permission of, and behind the back of, our weaver. What was yesterday undoubtedly labor time socially necessary to the production of a yard of linen ceases to be so today, a fact which the owner of money is only too eager to prove from the price quoted by our friend's competitors. Unluckily for the weaver, people of his kind are in plentiful supply. Let us suppose, finally, that every piece of linen on the market contains nothing but socially necessary labor time. In spite of this, all these pieces taken as a whole may contain superfluously expended labor time. If the market cannot stomach the whole quantity at the normal price of 2 shillings a yard, this proves that too great a portion of the total social labor time has been expended in the form of weaving. The effect is the same as if each individual weaver had expended more labor time on his particular product than was socially necessary. As the German proverb has it, caught together, hung together. All the linen on the market counts as one single article of commerce, and each piece of linen is only an aliquot part of it. And in fact, the value of each single yard is also nothing but the materialization of the same socially determined quantity of homogeneous human labor. We see then that commodities are in love with money, but that the course of true love never did run smooth. The quantitative articulation of society's productive organism, by which its scattered elements are integrated into the system of the division of labor, is as haphazard and spontaneous as its qualitative articulation. The owners of commodities therefore find out that the same division of labor which turns them into independent private producers also makes the social process of production and the relations of the individual producers to each other within that process independent of the producers themselves. They also find out that the independence of the individuals from each other has as its counterpart and supplement a system of all-round material dependence. The division of labor converts the product of labor into a commodity and thereby makes necessary its conversion into money. At the same time, it makes it a matter of chance whether this transubstantiation succeeds or not. Here, however, we have to look at the phenomenon in its pure shape, and must therefore assume it has proceeded normally. In any case, if the process is to take place at all, i.e. if the commodity is not impossible to sell, a change of form must always occur, although there may be an abnormal loss or accretion of substance, that is, of the magnitude of value. The seller has his commodity replaced by gold. The buyer has his gold replaced by commodity. The striking phenomenon here is that the commodity and gold, 20 yards of linen and 2 pounds, have changed hands and places. In other words, they have been exchanged. But what is the commodity exchanged for? For the universal shape assumed by its own value. And what is the gold exchanged for? For a particular form of its own use value. Why does the gold confront the linen as money? Because the linen's price of 2 pounds, its money name, already brings it into relation with the gold as money. The commodity is divested of its original form through its sale, i.e. the moment its use value actually attracts the gold, which previously had a merely imaginary existence in its price. The realization of a commodity's price, or of its merely ideal value form, is therefore at the same time and inversely the realization of the merely ideal use value of money. The conversion of a commodity into money is the conversion of money into a commodity. This single process is two-sided. From one pole, that of the commodity owner, it is a sale. From the other pole, that of the money owner, it is a purchase. In other words, a sale is a purchase. C to M is also M to C. Up to this point, we have considered only one economic relation between men, a relation between owners of commodities in which they appropriate the produce of the labor of others by alienating the produce of their own labor. Hence, for one commodity owner to meet with another in the form of a money owner, it is necessary either that the product of the latter should possess by its nature the form of money, i.e. it should be gold, the material of which money consists, or that his product should already have changed its skin and stripped off its original form of a useful object. In order to function as money, gold must, of course, enter the market at some point or other. This point is to be found at its source of production, where the gold is exchanged as the immediate product of labor for some other product of equal value. But from that moment onwards, it always represents the realized price of some commodity. Leaving aside its exchange for other commodities at the source of production, gold is, in the hands of every commodity owner, his own commodity, divested of its original shape by being alienated. It is the product of a sale, or of the first metamorphosis, C to M. Gold, as we saw, became ideal money, or a measure of value, because all commodities measure their values in it, and thus made it the imaginary opposite of their natural shape as objects of utility, hence the shape of their value. It became real money because the commodities, through their complete alienation, suffered a divestiture, or transformation, of their real shapes as objects of utility, thus making it the real embodiment of their values. When they thus assume the shape of values, commodities strip off every trace of their natural and original use value, and of the particular kind of useful labor to which they owe their creation, in order to pupate into the homogeneous social materialization of undifferentiated human labor. From the mere look of a piece of money, we cannot tell what breed of commodity has been transformed into it. In their money form, all commodities look alike. Hence, money may be dirt, although dirt is not money. We will assume that the 2 golden coins, in return for which our weaver has parted with his linen, are the metamorphosed shape of a quarter of wheat. The sale of the linen, C to M, is at the same time its purchase, M to C. But this process, considered as the sale of the linen, starts off a movement which ends with its opposite, the purchase of a Bible. Considered as a purchase of the linen, on the other hand, the process completes a movement which began with its opposite, the sale of the wheat. C to M, linen to money, which is the first phase of CMC, linen to money to Bible, is also M to C, money to linen, the last phase of another movement, C to M to C, being wheat to money to linen. The first metamorphosis of one commodity, its transformation from the commodity form into money, is therefore also invariably the second, and diametrically opposite, metamorphosis of some other commodity, the retransformation of the latter from money into a commodity. M to C, the second or concluding metamorphosis of the commodity, purchase. Money is the absolutely alienable commodity, because it is all other commodities, divested of their shape, the product of their universal alienation. It reads all prices backwards, and thus, as it were, mirrors itself in the bodies of all other commodities, which provide the material through which it can come into being as a commodity. At the same time, the prices, those wooing glances cast at money by commodities, define the limit of its convertibility, namely its own quantity. Since every commodity disappears when it becomes money, it is impossible to tell from the money itself how it got into the hands of its possessor, or what article has been changed into it. It has no smell, from whatever source it may come. If it represents, on the one hand, a commodity which has been sold, it also represents, on the other hand, a commodity which can be bought. M to C, a purchase, is at the same time C to M, a sale. The concluding metamorphosis of one commodity is the first metamorphosis of another. For our weaver, the life of his commodity ends with the Bible, into which he has reconverted his 2 pounds. But suppose the seller of the Bible turns the 2 pounds set free by the weaver into brandy. M to C, the concluding phase of CMC being linen to money to Bible, is also C to M, the first phase of C to M to C being Bible to money to brandy. Since the producer of the commodity offers only a single product, he often sells it in large quantities, whereas the fact that he has many needs compels him to split up the price realized, the sum of the money set free, into numerous purchases. Hence, a sale leads to many purchases of different commodities. The concluding metamorphosis of a commodity thus constitutes an aggregate of the first metamorphoses of other commodities. If we now consider the completed metamorphosis of a commodity as a whole, it appears in the first place that it is made up of 2 opposite and complementary movements, C to M and M to C. These 2 antithetical transmutations of the commodity are accomplished through 2 antithetical social processes in which the commodity owner takes part, and are reflected in the antithetical economic characteristics of the 2 processes. By taking part in the act of sale, the commodity owner becomes a seller. In the act of purchase, he becomes a buyer. But just as, in every transmutation of a commodity, its 2 forms, the commodity form and the money form, exist simultaneously but at opposite poles, so every seller is confronted with a buyer, every buyer with a seller. While the same commodity is successively passing through the 2 inverted transmutations, from a commodity into money and from money into another commodity, the owner of the commodity successively changes his role from seller to buyer. Being a seller and being a buyer are therefore not fixed roles, but constantly attach themselves to different persons in the course of the circulation of commodities. The complete metamorphosis of a commodity, in its simplest form, implies 4 denouements and 3 dramatis personae. First, a commodity comes face to face with money. The latter is the form taken by the value of the former, and exists over there in someone else's pocket in all its hard material reality. A commodity owner is thus confronted with the money owner. Now, as soon as the commodity has been changed into money, the money becomes its vanishing equivalent form, whose use value or content exists here on the spot, in the bodies of other commodities. Money, the final stage of the first transformation, is at the same time the starting point for the second. The person who is a seller in the first transaction thus becomes a buyer in the second, in which a third commodity owner comes to meet him as a seller. The two inverted phases of the movement, which makes up the metamorphosis of a commodity, constitute a circuit. Commodity form, stripping off of this form, and return to it. Of course, the commodity itself is here subject to contradictory determinations. At the starting point, it is a non-use value to its owner. At the end, it is a use value. So too, the money appears in the first phase as a solid crystal of value into which the commodity has been transformed. But afterwards, it dissolves into the mere equivalent form of the commodity. The two metamorphoses which constitute the commodity's circular path are at the same time two inverse partial metamorphoses of two other commodities. One and the same commodity, the linen, opens the series of its own metamorphoses and completes the metamorphosis of another, the wheat. In its first transmutation, the sale, the linen plays these two parts in its own person. But then it goes the way of all flesh, enters the chrysalis state as gold, and thereby simultaneously completes the first metamorphosis of a third commodity. Hence, the circuit made by one commodity in the course of its metamorphoses is inextricably entwined with the circuits of other commodities. This whole process constitutes the circulation of commodities. The circulation of commodities differs from the direct exchange of products not only in form but in its essence. We have only to consider the course of events. The weaver has undoubtedly exchanged his linen for a Bible, his own commodity for someone else's, but this phenomenon is only true for him. The Bible pusher, who prefers a warming drink to cold sheets, had no intention of exchanging linen for his Bible. The weaver did not know that the wheat had been exchanged for his linen. B's commodity replaces that of A, but A and B do not mutually exchange their commodities. It may in fact happen that A and B buy from each other, but a particular relationship of this kind is by no means the necessary result of the general conditions of the circulation of commodities. We see here, on the one hand, how the exchange of commodities breaks through all the individual and local limitations of the direct exchange of products and develops the metabolic process of human labor. On the other hand, there develops a whole network of social connections of natural origin, entirely beyond the control of the human agents. Only because the farmer has sold his wheat is the weaver able to sell his linen. Only because the weaver has sold his linen is our rash and intemperate friend able to sell his Bible. And only because the latter already has the water of everlasting life is the distiller able to sell his eau de vie. And so it goes on. The process of circulation, therefore, unlike the direct exchange of products, does not disappear from view once the use values have changed places and changed hands. The money does not vanish when it finally drops out of the series of metamorphoses undergone by a commodity. It always leaves behind a precipitate at a point in the arena of circulation vacated by the commodities. In the complete metamorphosis of the linen, for example, linen to money to Bible, the linen first falls out of circulation and money steps into its place. Then the Bible falls out of circulation and again money takes its place. When one commodity replaces another, the money commodity always sticks to the hands of some third person. Circulation sweats money from every pore. Nothing could be more foolish than the dogma that because every sale is a purchase and every purchase a sale, the circulation of commodities necessarily implies an equilibrium between sales and purchases. If this means that the number of actual sales accomplished is equal to the number of purchases, it is a flat tautology. But its real intention is to show that every seller brings his own buyer to market with him. Sale and purchase are one identical act, considered as the alternating relation between two persons who are in polar opposition to each other, the commodity owner and the money owner. They constitute two acts of polar and opposite character, considered as the transactions of one and the same person. Hence, the identity of sale and purchase implies that the commodity is useless if, when it is thrown into the alchemist's retort of circulation, it does not come out again as money. If, in other words, it cannot be sold by its owner, and therefore bought by the owner of the money. This identity further implies that the process, if it reaches fruition, constitutes a point of rest, an interval, long or short, in the life of the commodity. Since the first metamorphosis of a commodity is at once a sale and a purchase, this partial process is at the same time an independent process in itself. The buyer has the commodity, the seller has the money, i.e. a commodity which remains in a form capable of circulating, whether it reappears on the market at an earlier or later date. No one can sell unless someone else purchases, but no one directly needs to purchase because he has just sold. circulation bursts through all the temporal, spatial, and personal barriers imposed by the direct exchange of products, and it does this by splitting up the direct identity present in this case between the exchange of one's own product and the acquisition of someone else's into two antithetical segments of sale and purchase. To say that these mutually independent and antithetical processes form an internal unity is to say also that their internal unity moves forward from external antitheses. These two processes lack internal independence because they complement each other. Hence, if the assertion of their external independence proceeds to a certain critical point, their unity violently makes itself felt by producing a crisis. There is an antithesis immanent in the commodity between use value and value, between private labor, which must simultaneously manifest itself as directly social labor, and a particular concrete kind of labor, which simultaneously counts as merely abstract universal labor, between the conversion of things into persons and the conversions of persons into things. The antithetical phases of the metamorphosis of the commodity are the developed forms of motion of this immanent contradiction. These forms therefore imply the possibility of crises, though no more than the possibility. For the development of this possibility into a reality, a whole series of conditions is required, which do not yet even exist from the standpoint of simple circulation of commodities. Subsection B, the circulation of
I
money.
thought that was the end of the chapter.
The change of form through which the metabolism of the products of labor is accomplished, C to M to C, requires that a given value shall form the starting point of the process in the shape of a commodity, and that it shall return to the same point in the shape of a commodity. This movement of commodities is therefore a circuit. On the other hand, the form of this movement excludes money from the circuit. The result of the movement is not the return of the money, but its continued removal further and further away from its starting point. As long as the seller sticks fast to his money, which is the transformed shape of his commodity, that commodity is still at the stage of the first metamorphosis. In other words, it has compelled only the first half of its circulatory course. Once the process of selling in order to buy is complete, the money again leaves the hands of its original possessor. Of course, if the weaver, having bought the Bible, sells more linen, money comes back into his hands. But this return is not a result of the circulation of the first 20 yards of linen. That circulation rather removed money from the hands of the weaver and placed it in those of the Bible pusher. The return of money to the weaver results only from the renewal or repetition of the same process of circulation with a fresh commodity, and it ends in the same way as the previous process. Hence, the movement directly imparted to money by the circulation of commodities takes the form of a constant removal from its starting point, a path followed from the hands of one commodity owner into those of another. This path is its circulation. The circulation of money is the constant and monotonous repetition of the same process. The commodity is always in the hands of the seller. The money as a means of purchase always in the hands of the buyer. And money serves as a means of purchase by realizing the price of the commodity. By doing this, it transfers the commodity from the seller to the buyer and removes the money from the hands of the buyer into those of the seller, where it again goes through the same process with another commodity. That this one-sided form of motion of the money arises out of the two-sided form of motion of the commodity is a circumstance which is hidden from view. The very nature of the circulation of commodities produces a semblance of the opposite. The first metamorphosis of a commodity is visibly not only the money's movement, but also that of the commodity itself. In the second metamorphosis, on the contrary, the movement appears to us as the movement of the money alone. In the first phase of its circulation, the commodity changes places with the money. Thereupon, the commodity, in its shape as an object of utility, falls out of circulation into consumption. Its value shape, or monetary larva, steps into its shoes. It then passes through the second phase of its circulation, no longer in its own natural shape, but in its monetary shape. With this, the continuity of the movement depends entirely on the money, and the same movement which, for the commodity, includes two opposed processes, is, when considered as the movement of the money, always one and the same process, a constant change of places with commodities which are always different. Hence, the result of the circulation of commodities, namely the replacement of one commodity by another, appears not to have been mediated by its own change of form, but rather by the function of money as means of circulation. As means of circulation, money circulates commodities, which in and for themselves lack the power of movement, and transfers them from hands in which they are non-use values into hands in which they are use values, and this process always takes the opposite direction to the path of the commodities themselves. Money constantly removes commodities from the sphere of circulation by constantly stepping into their place in circulation, and in this way continually moving away from its own starting point. Hence, although the movement of money is merely the expression of the circulation of commodities, the situation appears to be the reverse of this, namely the circulation of commodities seems to be the result of the movement of money. Again, money functions as a means of circulation only because in it, the value possessed by the commodities has taken on an independent shape. Hence, its movement, as the medium of circulation, is in fact merely the movement undergone by commodities while changing their form. This fact must therefore make itself plainly visible in the circulation of money. Thus, the linen, for instance, first of all changes its commodity form into its money form. The final term of its metamorphosis, C to M, the money form, then becomes the first term of its final metamorphosis, M to C, its transformation back into the shape of the Bible. But each of these two changes of form is accomplished by an exchange between commodity and money, by their reciprocal displacement. The same pieces of coin come into the seller's hand as the alienated form of the commodity and leave it as the commodity in its absolutely alienable form. They are displaced twice. The first metamorphosis of the linen puts these coins into the weaver's pocket. The second draws them out of it. The two opposite changes undergone by the same commodity are reflected in the displacement, twice repeated but in opposite directions, of the same pieces of coin. If, however, only a one-sided metamorphosis takes place, if there are only sales or only purchases, then a given piece of money changes its place only once. Its second change of place always expresses the second metamorphosis of the commodity, its reconversion from money. The frequently repeated displacement of the same coins reflects not only the series of metamorphoses undergone by a single commodity, but also the mutual entanglement of the innumerable metamorphoses in the whole world of commodities. It is in any case evident that all this is valid only for the simple circulation of commodities, the form we are considering here. Every commodity, when it first steps into circulation and undergoes its first change of form, does so only to fall out of circulation once more and be replaced again and again by fresh commodities. Money, on the contrary, as the medium of circulation, haunts the sphere of circulation and constantly moves around within it. The question therefore arises of how much money this sphere continuously absorbs. In a given country, there takes place every day at the same time, though in different places, numerous one-sided metamorphoses of commodities. In other words, simple sales on one hand, simple purchases on the other. In their prices, the commodities have already been equated with definite but imaginary quantities of money. And since, in the direct form of circulation being considered here, money and commodities always come into physical confrontation with each other, one at the positive pole of purchase, the other at the negative pole of sale, it is clear that the amount of means of circulation required is determined beforehand by the sum of the prices of all these commodities. As a matter of fact, the money is only the representation in real life of the quantity of gold previously expressed in the imagination by the sum of the prices of the commodities. It is therefore self-evident that these two quantities are equal. We know, however, that the values of commodities remaining constant, their prices vary with the value of gold, the material of money, rising in proportion as it falls and falling in proportion as it rises. Given that the sum of the prices of commodities falls or rises in this way, it follows that the quantity of money in circulation must fall or rise to the same extent. This change in the quantity of the circulating medium is certainly caused by the money itself, yet not in virtue of its function as a medium of circulation, but rather in virtue of its function as a measure of value. First, the price of commodities varies inversely as the value of the money, and then the quantity of the medium of circulation varies directly as the price of the commodities. Exactly the same phenomenon would arise if, for instance, instead of the value of gold falling, silver were to replace it as the measure of value. Or if, instead of the value of silver rising, it were to be driven out of its function as measure of value by gold. In the one case, more silver would be in circulation than there was previously gold, and in the other case, less gold would be in circulation than there was previously silver. In each case, the value of the money material, i.e. the value of the commodity serving as the measure of value, would have undergone a change. And so too, therefore, would the prices of commodities which express their values in money, as well as the quantity of money which would need to be in circulation to realize those prices. We have already seen that the sphere of circulation has a gap in it, through which gold, or silver, or the money material in general, enters as a commodity with a given value. Hence, when money begins to function as a measure of value, when it is used to determine prices, its value is presupposed. If that value falls, the fall first shows itself in a change in the prices of those commodities which are directly exchanged with the precious metals at their source. The greater part of all other commodities, especially in the less developed stages of bourgeois society, will continue for a long time to be estimated in terms of the former value of the measure of value.
which has now become antiquated and illusory. Nevertheless, one commodity infects another through their common value relation, so that their prices, expressed in gold or silver, gradually settle down into the proportions determined by their comparative values, until finally the values of all commodities are estimated in terms of the new value of the monetary metal. This process of equalization is accompanied by a continued increase in the quantity of the precious metals, owing to the influx needed to replace the commodities directly exchanged with them. In proportion, therefore, as the adjusted prices of the commodities become universal, in proportion as their values come to be estimated according to the new value of the metal, which has fallen and may up to a certain point continue to fall, in that same proportion does the increased mass of metal which is necessary for the realization of the new prices become available. A one-sided observation of the events which follow the discovery of fresh supplies of gold and silver led some people in the 17th and more particularly in the 18th century to the false conclusion that the prices of commodities had risen because there was more gold and silver acting as the means of circulation. Henceforth, we shall assume the value of gold as a given factor, as in fact it is if we take it at the moment when we estimate the price of a commodity. On this assumption, then, the quantity of the medium of circulation is determined by the sum of the prices to be realized. If we now further assume that the price of each commodity is given, the sum of the prices clearly depends on the total amount of commodities found in circulation. We do not need to rack our brains to grasp that if our quarter of wheat costs £2, 100 quarters will cost £200, 200 quarters 400 pounds, and so on, and therefore that the quantity of money which changes place with the wheat when it is sold must increase as the quantity of the wheat increases. If the mass of commodities remains constant, the quantity of money in circulation surges up or down according to the fluctuations in the prices of the commodities. It rises and falls because the sum of the prices increases or diminishes as a result of the change of price. For this, it is by no means necessary that the prices of all commodities should rise or fall simultaneously. A rise or a fall in the prices of a number of leading articles is sufficient in the one case to increase, and the other to diminish, the sum of the prices of all commodities, and therefore to put more or less money in circulation. Whether the change in the price reflects an actual change in the value of the commodities, or merely fluctuations in their market prices, the effect on the quantity of the medium of circulation remains the same. Let us assume that there occur a number of unconnected and simultaneous sales, or partial metamorphoses in different localities. Sales of, say, 1 quarter of wheat, 20 yards of linen, 1 Bible, and 4 gallons of brandy. If the price of each article is £2, and the sum of the prices to be realized is consequently £8, it follows that £8 in money must enter into circulation. If, on the other hand, these same articles are links in the following chain of metamorphoses, 1 quarter of wheat into £2, into 20 yards of linen, into £2, into 1 Bible, into £2, into 4 gallons of brandy, into £2, a chain which is already well known to us. In that case, the £2 causes the different commodities to circulate after realizing their prices successively, and therefore realizing the sum of those prices, which is £8, the £2 finally comes to rest in the hands of the distiller. The £2 has turned over 4 times. It has performed 4 acts of circulation. This repeated change of place of the same pieces of money corresponds to the double change of the form undergone by the commodities. It corresponds to their movement through 2 diametrically opposed stages of circulation and the intertwining of the metamorphoses of different commodities. These antithetical and mutually complementary phases, through which the process passes, cannot take place alongside each other. They must follow in temporal succession. It is segments of time, therefore, which form the measure of the duration of the process. In other words, the velocity of the circulation of money is measured by the number of times the same piece of money turns over within a given period. Suppose the process of circulation of the 4 articles takes a day. The sum of prices to be realized is £8. The number of times the £2 turns over during the day is 4, and the quantity of money in circulation is £2. Hence, for a given interval of time during the process of circulation, we have the following equation. The quantity of money functioning as the circulating medium is equal to the sum of the prices of the commodities divided by the number of times coins of the same denomination turn over. This law holds generally. The process of circulation in a given country is made up, on the one hand, of numerous isolated and simultaneous partial metamorphoses, sales and purchases running parallel to each other, in which each coin changes its position only once, or performs only one act of circulation. On the other hand, it is made up of many distinct series of metamorphoses, partly running parallel, partly coalescing with each other, and in each of these series, each coin turns over a number of times. How often each coin turns over varies according to the circumstances. total number of times all the circulating coins of one denomination turn over, we can arrive at the average number of times a single coin turns over, or in other words, the average velocity of the circulation of money. The quantity of money thrown into the process of circulation at the beginning of each day is of course determined by the sum of the prices of all the commodities circulating simultaneously and side by side. But within that process, coins are, so to speak, made responsible for each other. If one increases its velocity of circulation, the other slows down or completely leaves the sphere of circulation. This is because the sphere of circulation can absorb only the amount of gold which, multiplied by the average number of times its basic unit turns over, is equal to the sum of prices to be realized. Hence, if the number of acts of circulation performed by the separate pieces increases, the total number of those pieces in circulation diminishes. If the number of acts of circulation diminishes, the total number of pieces increases. Since the quantity of money which can function as means of circulation is fixed for a given average velocity of circulation, one has only to throw a given quantity of £1 notes into circulation in order to extract the same number of sovereigns from it. This trick is well known to all banks. Just as the circulation of money is in general merely a reflection of the process of circulation of commodities, i.e. their circular path through diametrically opposed metamorphoses, so too the velocity of circulation of money is merely a reflection of the rapidity with which commodities change their forms, the continuous interlocking of the series of metamorphoses, the hurried nature of society's metabolic process, the quick disappearance of commodities from the sphere of circulation, and their equally quick replacement by fresh commodities. In the velocity of circulation, therefore, there appears the fluid unity of the antithetical and complementary phases, i.e. the transformation of the commodities from the form of utility into the form of value, and their retransformation in the reverse direction, or the two processes of sale and purchase. Inversely, when the circulation of money slows down, the two processes become separated. They assert their independence and mutual antagonism. Stagnation occurs in the changes of form, and hence in the metabolic process. The circulation itself, of course, gives no clue to the origin of this stagnation. It merely presents us with a phenomenon. Popular opinion is naturally inclined to attribute this phenomenon to a quantitative deficiency in the circulating medium, since it sees money appear and disappear less frequently at all points on the periphery of circulation, in proportion as the circulation of money slows down. The total quantity of money functioning during a given period as the circulating medium is determined on the one hand by the sum of the prices of the commodities in circulation, and on the other hand by the rapidity of the alternation of the antithetical processes of circulation. The proportion of the sum of the prices which can on average be realized by each single coin depends on this rapidity of alternation, but the sum of the prices of the commodities depends on the quantity as well as on the price of each kind of commodity. These three factors, the movement of prices, the quantity of commodities in circulation, and the velocity of circulation of money, can all vary in various directions under different conditions. Hence, the sum of the prices to be realized, and consequently the quantity of the circulating medium conditioned by that sum, will vary with the very numerous variations of the three factors in combination. Here we shall outline only the most important variations in the history of commodity prices. While prices remain constant, the quantity of the circulating medium may increase, owing to an increase in the number of commodities in circulation, or a decrease in the velocity of circulation of money, or a combination of the two. On the other hand, the quantity of the circulating medium may decrease with a decreasing number of commodities, or with an increasing rapidity of circulation. With a general rise in the prices of commodities, the quantity of the circulating medium will remain constant if the number of commodities in circulation decreases proportionally to the increase in their prices, or if the velocity of monetary circulation increases at the same rate as prices rise, the number of commodities in circulation remaining constant. The quantity of the circulating medium may decrease, owing to a more rapid decrease in the number of commodities, or to a more rapid increase in the velocity of monetary circulation, in comparison with the fall in the prices of commodities. With the general fall in the prices of commodities, the quantity of the circulating medium will remain constant if the number of commodities increases proportionally to their fall in price, or if the velocity of monetary circulation decreases in the same proportion. The quantity of the circulating medium will increase if the number of commodities increases more quickly, or the rapidity of circulation decreases more quickly than the prices fall. The variations of the different factors may be mutually compensatory, so that notwithstanding their continued instability, the sum of the prices to be realized and the quantity of money in circulation remains constant.
Consequently, we find, especially if we take long periods into consideration, that the quantity of money in circulation in each country diverges far less from its average level than we should at first sight have expected, with the exception of the violent perturbations which arise periodically, either from crises in production and commerce, or more rarely, from changes in the value of money itself. The law that the quantity of the circulating medium is determined by the sum of the prices of the commodities in circulation and the average velocity of the circulation of money may also be stated as follows. Given the sum of the values of commodities and the average rapidity of their metamorphoses, the quantity of money, or of the material of money in circulation, depends on its own value. The illusion that it is, on the contrary, prices which are determined by the quantity of the circulating medium, and that the latter, for its part, depends on the amount of monetary material which happens to be present in a country, had its roots in the absurd hypothesis adopted by the original representatives of this view that commodities enter into the process of circulation without a price, and money enters without a value, and that once they have entered circulation, an aliquot part of the medley of commodities is exchanged for an aliquot part of the heap of precious metals.
Subsection C. Coin, the symbol of value. Money takes the shape of coin because of its function as the circulating medium. The weight of gold, represented in the imagination by the prices or money names of the commodities, has to confront those commodities, within circulation, as coins or pieces of gold of the same denomination. The business of coining, like the establishing of a standard measure of prices, is an attribute proper to the state. The different national uniforms worn at home by gold and silver as coins, but taken off again when they appear on the world market, demonstrate the separation between the internal or national spheres of commodity circulation and its universal sphere, the world market. The only difference, therefore, between coin and bullion lies in their physical configuration, and gold can at any time pass from one form to the other. For a coin, the road from the mint is also the path to the melting pot. In the course of circulation, coins wear down, some to a greater extent, some to a lesser. The denomination of the gold and its substance, the nominal content and the real content, begin to move apart. Coins of the same denomination become different in value because they are different in weight. The weight of gold fixed upon as the standard of prices diverges from the weight which serves as the circulating medium, and the latter thereby ceases to be a real equivalent of the commodities whose prices it realizes. The history of these difficulties constitutes the history of the coinage throughout the Middle Ages and in modern times down to the 18th century. The natural and spontaneous tendency of the process of circulation to transform the coin from its metallic existence as gold into the semblance of gold, or to transform the coin into a symbol of its official metallic content, is itself recognized by the most recent laws on the degree of metal loss which demonetizes a gold coin, i.e. renders it incapable of being circulated. The fact that the circulation of money itself splits the nominal content of coins away from their real content, dividing their metallic existence from their functional existence, this fact implies the latent possibility of replacing metallic money with tokens made of some other material, i.e. symbols which would perform the function of coins. The technical obstacles to coining, extremely minute quantities of gold and silver, and the circumstance that at first the less precious metal is used as the measure of value instead of the more precious, copper instead of silver, silver instead of gold, and that the less precious circulates as money until dethroned by the more precious, these facts provide a historical explanation for the role played by silver and copper tokens as substitute for gold coins. Silver and copper coins replace gold in those regions of the circulation of commodities where coins pass from hand to hand most rapidly, and are therefore worn out most quickly. This happens where sales and purchases on a very small scale recur unceasingly. In order to prevent these satellites from establishing themselves permanently in the place of gold, the law determines the very minute proportions in which alone they can be accepted as alternative payment. The particular tracks pursued by the different sorts of coin in circulation naturally run into each other. Small change appears alongside gold for the payment of fractional parts of the smallest gold coin. Gold constantly enters into retail circulation, although it is just as constantly being thrown out again by being exchanged with small change. The metallic content of silver and copper tokens is arbitrarily determined by law. In the course of circulation, they wear down even more rapidly than gold coins. Their function as coins is therefore, in practice, entirely independent of their weight, i.e. it is independent of all value.
In its form of existence as coin, gold becomes completely divorced from the substance of its value. Relatively valueless objects, therefore, such as paper notes, can serve as coins in place of gold. This purely symbolic character of the currency is still somewhat disguised in the case of metal tokens. In paper money, it stands out plainly. But we can see, everything depends on the first step. Here we are concerned only with inconvertible paper money issued by the state and given forced currency. This money emerges directly out of the circulation of metallic money. Credit money, on the other hand, implies relations which are as yet totally unknown from the standpoint of the simple circulation of commodities. But it may be noted in passing that just as true paper money arises out of the function of money as the circulating medium, so does credit money take root spontaneously in the function of money as the means of payment. Pieces of paper on which money names are printed, such as £1, £5, etc., are thrown into the circulation process from outside by the state. Insofar as they actually circulate in place of the same amount of gold, their movement is simply a reflection of the laws of monetary circulation itself. A law peculiar to the circulation of paper money can only spring up from the proportion in which that paper money represents gold. In simple terms, the law referred to is as follows. The issue of paper money must be restricted to the quantity of gold or silver which would actually be in circulation, and which is represented symbolically by the paper money. Now, it is true that the quantity of gold which can be absorbed by the sphere of circulation constantly fluctuates above and below a certain average level. But despite this, the mass of the circulating medium in a given country never sinks below a certain minimum, which can be ascertained by experience. The fact that this minimum mass continually undergoes changes in its constituent parts, or that the pieces of gold of which it consists are constantly being replaced by other pieces, naturally causes no change either in its amount or in the continuity with which it flows around the sphere of circulation. It can therefore be replaced by paper symbols. If, however, all the channels of circulation were today filled with paper money to the full extent of their capacity for absorbing money, they might the next day be overfull, owing to the fluctuation in the circulation of commodities. There would no longer be any standard. If the paper money exceeds its proper limit, i.e. the amount in gold coins of the same denomination which could have been in circulation, then quite apart from the danger of becoming universally discredited, it will still represent within the world of commodities only that quantity of gold which is fixed by its immanent laws. No greater quantity is capable of being represented. If the quantity of paper money represents twice the amount of gold available, then in practice £1 will be the money name not of 1/4 of an ounce of gold, but of 1/8 of an ounce. The effect is the same as if an alteration had taken place in the function of gold as the standard of prices. The values previously expressed by the price of £1 would now be expressed by the price of £2. Paper money is a symbol of gold, a symbol of money. Its relation to the values of commodities consists only in this. They find imaginary expression in certain quantities of gold, and the same quantities are symbolically and physically represented by the paper. Only insofar as paper money represents gold, which like other commodities has value, is it a symbol of value. Finally, one may ask why gold is capable of being replaced by valueless symbols of itself. As we have already seen, it is capable of being replaced in this way only if its function as coin or circulating medium can be singled out or rendered independent. Now, this function of being the circulating medium does not attain an independent position as far as the individual gold coins are concerned, although that independent position does appear in the case of the continued circulation of abraded coins. A piece of money is a mere coin, or means of circulation, only as long as it is actually in circulation. But what is not valid for the individual gold coin is valid for the minimum mass of gold which is capable of being replaced by paper money. That mass constantly haunts the sphere of circulation, continually functions as a circulating medium, and therefore exists exclusively as the bearer of this function. Its movement therefore represents nothing but the continued alternation of the inverse phases of the metamorphosis CMC, phases in which the commodity shape as a value confronts it only to disappear again immediately. The presentation of the exchange value of a commodity as an independent entity is here only a transient aspect of the process. The commodity is immediately replaced again by another commodity. Hence, in this process, which continually makes money pass from hand to hand, it only needs to lead a symbolic existence. Its functional existence, so to speak, absorbs its material existence. Since it is a transiently objectified reflection of the prices of commodities, it serves only as a symbol of itself, and can therefore be replaced by another symbol. One thing is necessary, however. The symbol of money must have its own objective social validity. The paper acquires this by its forced currency. The state's compulsion can only be of any effect within that internal sphere of circulation which is circumscribed by the boundaries of a given community. But it is also only within that sphere that money is completely absorbed in its function as medium of circulation, and is therefore able to receive, in the form of paper money, a purely functional mode of existence, in which it is externally separated from its metallic substance. Section 3. Money. The commodity which functions as a measure of value, and therefore also as a medium of circulation, either in its own body or through a representative, is money. Gold, or silver, is therefore money. It functions as money on the one hand when it has to appear in person as gold. It is then the money commodity, neither merely ideal, as when it is a measure of value, nor capable of being represented, as when it is the medium of circulation. On the other hand, it also functions as money when its function, whether performed in person or by representative, causes it to be fixed as the sole form of value, or in other words, as the only adequate form of existence of exchange value in the face of all the other commodities, here playing the role of use values, pure and simple. Subsection A. Hoarding. The continuous circular movement of the two antithetical metamorphoses of commodities, or the repeated alternating flow of sale and purchase, is reflected in the unceasing turnover of money, in the function it performs of a perpetuum mobile of circulation. But as soon as the series of metamorphoses is interrupted, as soon as sales are not supplemented by subsequent purchases, money is immobilized. In other words, it is transformed, as Bois-Guilbert says, from mobile into immobile, from coin into money. When the circulation of commodities first develops, there also develops the necessity and the passionate desire to hold fast to the product of the first metamorphosis. This product is the transformed shape of the commodity, or its gold chrysalis. Commodities are thus sold not in order to buy commodities, but in order to replace their commodity form by their money form. Instead of being merely a way of mediating the metabolic process, this change of form becomes an end in itself. The form of the commodity in which it is divested of content is prevented from functioning as its absolutely alienable form, or even as its merely transient money form. The money is petrified into a hoard, and the seller of commodities becomes a hoarder of money. In the very beginnings of the circulation of commodities, it is only the excess amounts of use value which are converted into money. Gold and silver thus become of themselves social expressions for superfluity or wealth. This naive form of hoarding is perpetuated among those peoples whose traditional mode of production, aimed at fulfilling their own requirements, corresponds to a fixed and limited range of needs. This is true of the Asiatics, particularly of the Indians. Vanderbilt, who imagines that the prices of commodities in a country are determined by the quantity of gold and silver to be found in it, asks himself why Indian commodities are so cheap. Answer: because the Indians bury their money. From 1602 to 1734, he remarks, they buried 150 million pounds worth of silver, which originally came from America to Europe. From 1856 to 1866, in other words, in 10 years, England exported to India and China, but most of the metal exported to China flows back again to India. 120 million pounds in silver, which had been received in exchange for Australian gold. With more developed commodity production, every producer is compelled to secure for himself the nexus rerum, the social pledge. His needs are ceaselessly renewed and necessitate the continual purchase of other people's commodities, whereas the production and sale of his own commodity cost time and is subject to various accidents. In order then to be able to buy without selling, he must have sold previously without buying. This operation, conducted on a general scale, seems to involve a self-contradiction. But at the source of their production, the precious metals are directly exchanged for other commodities. And here we have sales by the owners of commodities without purchases by the owners of gold or silver. And later sales again without subsequent purchases merely bring about a further distribution of the precious metals among all the owners of commodities. In this way, hoards of gold and silver of the most various sizes are piled up at all points of commercial intercourse. With the possibility of keeping hold of the commodity as exchange value, or exchange value as a commodity, the lust for gold awakens. With the extension of commodity circulation, there is an increase in the power of money, that absolutely social form of wealth which is always ready to be used. Quote, gold is a wonderful thing. Its owner is master of all he desires. Gold can even enable souls to enter paradise. End quote from Columbus in his letter from Jamaica in 1503. Since money does not reveal what has been transformed into it, everything, commodity or not, is convertible into money. Everything becomes saleable and purchasable. Circulation becomes the great social retort into which everything is thrown to come out again as the money crystal. Nothing is immune from this alchemy. The bones of the saints cannot withstand it, let alone more delicate Christian kings. Just as in money, every qualitative difference between commodities is extinguished, so too for its own part, as a radical leveler, it extinguishes all distinctions. But money is itself a commodity, an external object capable of becoming the private property of any individual. The social power becomes the private power of private persons. Ancient society therefore denounced it as tending to destroy the economic and moral order. Modern society, which already in its infancy had pulled Pluto by the hair of his head from the bowels of the earth, greets gold as its holy grail, as the glittering incarnation of its innermost principle of life. The commodity, as a use value, satisfies a particular need and forms a particular element of material wealth. But the value of a commodity measures the degree of its attractiveness for all other elements of material wealth, and therefore measures the social wealth of its owner. To the simple owner of commodities among the barbarians, and even to the peasant of Western Europe, value is inseparable from the value form. Hence, an increase in his hoard of gold and silver is an increase in value. It is true that the value of money varies, whether as a result of a variation in its own value or a change in the value of commodities. But this, on the one hand, does not prevent 200 ounces of gold from continuing to contain more value than 100 ounces. Nor, on the other hand, does it prevent the metallic natural form of this object from continuing to be the universal equivalent form of all other commodities, and the directly social incarnation of all human labor. The hoarding drive is boundless in its nature. Qualitatively or formally considered, money is independent of all limits. That is, it is the universal representative of material wealth because it is directly convertible into any other commodity. But at the same time, every actual sum of money is limited in amount, and therefore only has a limited efficacy as means of purchase. This contradiction between the quantitative limitation and the qualitative lack of limitation of money keeps driving the hoarder back to his Sisyphean task, accumulation. He is in the same situation as a world conqueror who discovers a new boundary with each country he annexes. In order that gold may be held as money and made to form a hoard, it must be prevented from circulating or from dissolving into the means of purchasing enjoyment. The hoarder therefore sacrifices the lusts of his flesh to the fetish of gold. He takes the gospel of abstinence very seriously. On the other hand, he cannot withdraw any more from circulation in the shape of money than he has thrown into it in the shape of commodities. The more he produces, the more he can sell. Work, thrift, and greed are therefore his three cardinal virtues, and to sell much and buy little is the sum of his political economy. Alongside the direct form of the hoard, there runs its aesthetic form, the possession of commodities made out of gold and silver. This grows with the wealth of civil society. Quote, "Let us be rich, or let us appear rich," end quote from Diderot. In this way, there is formed, on the one hand, a constantly extending market for gold and silver, which is independent of their monetary functions, and on the other hand, a latent source of monetary inflow, which is used particularly in periods of social disturbance. Hoarding serves various purposes in an economy where metallic circulation prevails. Its first function arises out of the conditions of the circulation of gold and silver coins. We have seen how, owing to the continual fluctuations in the extent and rapidity of the circulation of commodities and in their prices, the quantity of money in circulation unceasingly ebbs and flows. This quantity must therefore be capable of expansion and contraction. At one time, money must be attracted as coin. At another time, coin must be repelled as money. In order that the mass of money actually in circulation may always correspond to the saturation level of the sphere of circulation, it is necessary for the quantity of gold and silver available in the country to be greater than the quantity required to function as coin. The reserves created by hoarding serve as channels through which money may flow in and out of circulation, so that the circulation itself never overflows its banks. Subsection B, means of payment. In the direct form of commodity circulation hitherto considered, we found a given value always presented to us in a double shape, as a commodity at one pole and money at the opposite pole. The owners of commodities therefore came into contact as the representatives of equivalents which were already available to each of them. But with the development of circulation, conditions arise under which the alienation of the commodity becomes separated by an interval of time from the realization of its price. It'll be sufficient to indicate the most simple of these conditions. One sort of commodity requires a longer, another shorter time for its production. The production of different commodities depends on different seasons of the year. One commodity may be born in the marketplace, another must travel to a distant market. One commodity owner may therefore step forth as a seller before the other is ready to buy. When the same transactions are continually repeated between the same persons, the conditions of sale are regulated according to the conditions of production. On the other hand, the use of certain kinds of commodity, houses for instance, is sold for a definite period. Only after the lease has expired has the buyer actually received the use value of the commodity. He therefore buys it before he pays for it. The seller sells an existing commodity. The buyer buys as the mere representative of money, or rather as the representative of future money. The seller becomes a creditor. The buyer becomes a debtor. Since the metamorphosis of commodities, or the development of their form of value, has undergone a change here, money receives a new function as well. It becomes the means of payment. The role of creditor, or of debtor, results here from the simple circulation of commodities. The change in its form impresses this new stamp on seller and buyer. At first, therefore, these new roles are just as transient as those of seller and buyer and are played alternately by the same actors. Nevertheless, this opposition looks less pleasant from the very outset, and it is capable of a more rigid crystallization. However, the same characteristics can emerge independently of the circulation of commodities. The class struggle in the ancient world, for instance, took the form mainly of a contest between debtors and creditors, and ended in Rome with the ruin of the plebeian debtors, who were replaced by slaves. In the Middle Ages, the contest ended with the ruin of the feudal debtors, who lost their political power together with its economic basis. Here, indeed, the money form and the relation between creditor and debtor does have the form of a money relation. It was only the reflection of an antagonism which lay deeper at the level of economic conditions of existence. Let us return to the sphere of circulation. The two equivalents, commodities and money, have ceased to appear simultaneously at the two poles of the process of sale. The money functions now, first as a measure of value with the determination of the price of the commodity sold. The price fixed by contract measures the obligation of the buyer, i.e. the sum of money he owes at a particular time. Secondly, it serves as a nominal means of purchase. Although existing only in the promise of the buyer to pay, it causes the commodity to change hands. Not until payment falls due does the means of payment actually step into circulation, i.e. leave the hand of the buyer for that of the seller. The circulating medium was transformed into a hoard because the process stopped short after the first phase, because the converted shape of the commodity was withdrawn from circulation. The means of payment enters circulation, but only after the commodity has already left it. The money no longer mediates the process. It brings it to an end by emerging independently as the absolute form of existence of exchange value, in other words, the universal commodity. The seller turned his commodity into money in order to satisfy some need, the hoarder in order to preserve the monetary form of his commodity, and the indebted purchaser in order to be able to pay. If he does not pay, his goods will be sold compulsorily. The value form of the commodity, money, has now become the self-sufficient purpose of the sale, owing to a social necessity springing from the conditions of the process of circulation itself. The buyer converts money back into commodities before he has turned commodities into money. In other words, he achieves the second metamorphosis of commodities before the first. The seller's commodity circulates and realizes its price, but only as a title to money in civil law. It is converted into a use value before it has been converted into money. The completion of its first metamorphosis occurs only subsequently. The obligations falling due within a given period of the circulation process represent the sum of the prices of the commodities whose sale gave rise to those obligations. The quantity of money necessary to realize this sum depends in the first instance on the rapidity of circulation of the means of payment. The quantity is conditioned by two factors. First, the way in which relations between creditors and debtors interlock, as when A receives money from B who is in debt to him and then pays it out to his creditor C. And second, the length of time between the different days in which the obligations fall due. The chain of payments, or retarded first metamorphoses which participate in this process, is essentially different from that intertwining of the series of metamorphoses considered earlier. The flow of the circulating medium does not merely express the connection between buyers and sellers. The connection itself arises within and exists through the circulation of money. The movement of the means of payment, however, expresses a social connection which was already present independently. The fact that sales take place simultaneously and side by side limits the extent to which the rapidity of turnover can make up for the quantity of currency available. On the other hand, this fact gives a new impulse towards the economical use of the means of payment. With the concentration of payments in one place, special institutions and methods of liquidation develop spontaneously. For instance, the clearinghouses in medieval Lyon. The debts due to A from B, to B from C, to C from A, and so on, have only to be brought face to face in order to cancel each other out, to a certain extent, as positive and negative amounts. There remains only a single debit balance to be settled. The greater the concentrations of the payments, the less is this balance in relation to the total amount, hence the less is the mass of the means of payment in circulation. There is a contradiction immanent in the function of money as the means of payment. When the payments balance each other, money functions only nominally, as money of account, as a measure of value. But when actual payments have to be made, money does not come onto the scene as a circulating medium, in its merely transient form of an intermediary in the social metabolism, but as the individual incarnation of social labor, the independent presence of exchange value, the universal commodity. This contradiction bursts forth in that aspect of an industrial and commercial crisis, which is known as a monetary crisis. Such a crisis occurs only where the ongoing chain of payments has been fully developed, along with an artificial system for settling them. Whenever there is a general disturbance of the mechanism, no matter what its cause, money suddenly and immediately changes over from its merely nominal shape, money of account, into hard cash. Profane commodities can no longer replace it. The use value of commodities becomes valueless, and their value vanishes in the face of their own form of value. The bourgeois, drunk with prosperity and arrogantly certain of himself, has just declared that money is a purely imaginary creation. Commodities alone are money, he said. But now the opposite cry resounds over the markets of the world. Only money is a commodity. As the heart pants after fresh water, so pants his soul after money, the only wealth. In a crisis, the antithesis between commodities and their value form, money, is raised to the level of an absolute contradiction. Hence, money's form of appearance is here also a matter of indifference. The monetary famine remains, whether payments have to be made in gold or in credit money, such as banknotes. If we now consider the total amount of money in circulation during a given period, we find that for any given turnover rate of the medium of circulation and the means of payment, it is equal to the sum of prices to be realized, plus the sum of the payments falling due, minus the payments which balance each other out, and finally minus the number of circuits in which the same piece of coin serves alternately as medium of circulation and means of payment. The farmer, for example, sells his wheat for £2, and this money serves thus as a medium of circulation. On the day when the payment falls due, he uses it to pay for linen which the weaver has delivered. The same £2 now serves as the means of payment. The weaver now buys a Bible for cash. This serves again as the medium of circulation, and so on. Therefore, even when prices, speed of monetary circulation, and economies in the use of the means of payments are given, the quantity of money in circulation no longer corresponds with the mass of commodities in circulation during a given period, such as a day. Money which represents commodities long since withdrawn from circulation continues to circulate. Commodities circulate, but their equivalent in money does not appear until some future date. Moreover, the debts contracted each day and the payments falling due on the same day are entirely incommensurable magnitudes. Credit money springs directly out of the function of money as a means of payment, in that certificates of debts owing for already purchased commodities themselves circulate for the purpose of transferring those debts to others. On the other hand, the function of money as a means of payment undergoes expansion in proportion as the system of credit itself expands. As the means of payment, money takes on its own peculiar forms of existence, in which it inhabits the sphere of large-scale commercial transactions. Gold and silver coin, on the other hand, are mostly relegated to the sphere of retail trade. When the production of commodities has attained a certain level and extent, the function of money as means of payment begins to spread out beyond the sphere of circulation of commodities. It becomes the universal material of contracts. Rent, taxes, and so on are transformed from payments in kind to payments in money. The great extent to which this transformation is conditioned by the total shape of the process of production is shown, for example, by the twice repeated failure of the Roman Empire to levy all contributions in money. The unspeakable misery of the French agricultural population under Louis XIV, a misery so eloquently denounced by Bois-Guilbert, Marshal Vauban, and others, was due not only to the weight of the taxes, but also to the conversion of taxes in kind into taxes in money. In Asia, on the other hand, the form of ground rent paid in kind, which is at the same time the main element in state taxation, is based on relations of production which reproduce themselves with the immutability of natural conditions. And this mode of payment, in its turn, acts to maintain the ancient form of production. It forms one of the secrets of the self-preservation of the Ottoman Empire. If the foreign trade imposed on Japan by Europe brings with it the transformation of rents in kind into money rents, then the exemplary agriculture of that country will be done for. Its narrowly based economic conditions of existence will be swept away. In every country, certain days become established as the dates on which general settlements are made. They depend, in part, leaving aside other circular movements described by reproduction, upon the natural conditions of production, which are bound up with the alternation of the seasons. They also regulate the dates for payments which have no direct connection with the circulation of commodities, such as taxes, rents, and so on. The fact that the quantity of money required to make these isolated payments over the whole surface of society falls due on certain days of the year causes periodic, but entirely superficial, perturbations in the economy of the means of payment. From the law of the rapidity of circulation of the means of payment, it follows that the quantity of the means of payment required for all periodic payments, whatever their source, is in direct proportion to the length of the periods. The development of money as a means of payment makes it necessary to accumulate it in preparation for the days when the sums which are owing fall due. While hoarding, considered as an independent form of self-enrichment, vanishes with the advance of bourgeois society, it grows at the same time in the form of the accumulation of a reserve fund of the means of payment. Subsection C. World money. When money leaves the domestic sphere of circulation, it loses the local functions it has acquired there, as the standard of prices, coin, and small change, and as a symbol of value, and falls back into its original form as precious metal in the shape of bullion. In world trade, commodities develop their value universally. Their independent value form thus confronts them here too as world money. It is in the world market that money first functions to its full extent as the commodity whose natural form is also the directly social form of realization of human labor in the abstract. Its mode of existence becomes adequate to its concept. Within the sphere of domestic circulation, there can only be one commodity which, by serving as a measure of value, becomes money. On the world market, a double standard prevails, both gold and silver. World money serves as the universal means of payment, as universal means of purchase, and as the absolute social materialization of wealth as such, universal wealth. Its predominant function is as means of payment in the settling of international balances, hence the slogan of the mercantile system, balance of trade. Gold and silver serve essentially as international means of purchase when the customary equilibrium in the interchange of products between different nations is suddenly disturbed. And lastly, world money serves as the universally recognized social materialization of wealth, whenever it is not a matter of buying or paying, but of transferring wealth from one country to another, and whenever its transfer in the form of commodities is ruled out, either by the conjuncture of the market or by the purpose of the transfer itself. Just as every country needs a reserve fund for its internal circulation, so too it requires one for circulation in the world market. The functions of hoards, therefore, arise in part out of the function of money as a medium of payment and circulation internally, and in part out of its function as a world currency. In this latter role, it is always the genuine money commodity, gold and silver in their physical shape, which is required. For that reason, Sir James Stewart expressly characterizes gold and silver as money of the world, in order to distinguish them from their merely local representatives. The stream of gold and silver has a twofold motion. On the one hand, it spreads out from its sources all over the world, and is absorbed to various extents in the different national spheres of circulation, where it enters into the various channels of internal circulation. There, it replaces abraded gold and silver coins, supplies the material for articles of luxury, and petrifies into hoards. The first movement is transmitted through the medium of direct exchange of the labor of individual countries, which has been realized in commodities for the labor realized in precious metals by the gold and silver producing countries. On the other hand, gold and silver continually flow backwards and forwards between the different national spheres of circulation, and this movement follows the unceasing fluctuations of the rate of exchange. Countries with developed bourgeois production limit the hoards concentrated in the strong rooms of the banks to the minimum required for the performance of their specific functions. Whenever these hoards are strikingly above their average level, this is, with some exceptions, an indication of stagnation in the circulation of commodities, i.e., of an interruption in the flow of their metamorphoses.
have it, y'all. There you have it. Part 1. Capital. We did it, y'all. Happy birthday, Marx. It's really good. Like I said at the beginning, this was the first time I've listened to it. We'll go ahead and build up this jam, and then just to kind of close it out, and then yeah. It was really fun. Can't wait to do this again. Probably do it on, I don't know, Monday. Marx Mondays. That's when I really want to do this, so it was fun. Follow me everywhere you can. When you find this, you find me there. cutest little kitten ever. He's not a kitten. Ha! Scared him off. Good night, everybody. 4 hours. This was fun, man. Looking forward to doing this again.